Most people think sleep is just the body shutting down, but the truth is the body follows the mind, and if the mind is still running, still replaying, still holding on, the night never truly begins. You close your eyes, but you don't rest. You lie still, but inside something keeps walking in circles. Old conversations, future worries, invisible pressure that no one else can see. Not because you're broken, but because no one ever taught you how to power down a mind that learned to survive by staying alert. We were taught how to chase success, how to endure stress, how to keep going even when we were empty. But no one showed us how to step out of the noise without guilt, how to release the day without feeling like we're falling behind, how to trust that the world will keep turning even if we stop holding it up for a few hours. So the body lies in bed while the mind keeps standing guard, as if rest were a risk instead of a return. The Stoics understood something most people miss: that deep sleep begins long before your head touches the pillow. It begins the moment you stop arguing with reality, the moment you accept that today is finished, that tomorrow is not yours yet, and that right now you are allowed to be still. They believed a calm mind is not something you wait for. It is something you train, night after night, thought after thought, until silence stops feeling unfamiliar and starts feeling like home. Tonight is not about forcing sleep. It is about removing everything that keeps sleep away, releasing the tension you carried through the day, letting the mind loosen its grip on things it cannot control, allowing the nervous system to remember what safety feels like. Because when the mind finally stops bracing for impact, the body follows, gently, naturally, deeply. This is your reset, a quiet return to yourself, a way to close the day without fear and open the next one without heaviness. Because the goal is not just to sleep, but to wake up steady, clear, and unshakable. Because an unshakable morning does not begin at sunrise. It begins the night before, in the quiet decision to stop carrying what the day has already taken from you. There is a moment every evening when the world loosens its grip. Messages slow down, expectations fade, the pressure to perform finally goes silent. But for many people, the mind keeps working as if the day is still happening. It replays mistakes, edits conversations, predicts problems that have not arrived. The body is in bed, but the mind is still at war. The Stoics believed this was not a sleep problem. It was a closure problem. The day was never properly ended, so it kept leaking into the night. Training the mind to close the day is like learning how to set down a heavy bag you forgot you were carrying. Not by force, not by distraction, but by awareness. The Stoic shutdown ritual begins with a simple truth. Nothing useful happens when you argue with a day that is already over. What is done is done. What was said has already been heard. What went wrong cannot be repaired at midnight. When you accept this, something inside you softens. The mind stops searching for exits in a room that has already been locked. This practice starts with a quiet review, not to judge yourself, but to empty the mental inbox. The Stoics would ask themselves what they did well, what they could improve, and what they learned. Not to punish, but to clear space. When thoughts are acknowledged, they lose the need to shout. When lessons are named, regret loses its grip. The mind relaxes because it knows the day has been processed, not ignored. Another part of closing the day is forgiving the version of you that did not have all the answers. Many people carry small disappointments into the night, things they wish they handled better. words they wish they could take back, moments they think defined them. But the Stoic view is simple. You did the best you could with the awareness you had at that time. Growth happens when you release the past version of yourself instead of dragging it forward. Sleep becomes deeper when the mind is not busy defending yesterday. There is also power in deciding that nothing new will be solved tonight. The mind loves unfinished loops because it believes thinking harder will create safety. But exhaustion is not clarity. The Stoics practiced postponing worry, giving problems a scheduled place in tomorrow instead of letting them roam freely through the night. This teaches the brain that rest is not neglect, it is preparation. A rested mind handles reality better than a tired one ever could. Closing the day also means separating your identity from your performance. You are not your productivity, your mistakes, or your unfinished tasks. When people tie their worth to what they did or did not accomplish, the mind refuses to shut down because it believes rest equals failure. The Stoics understood that worth comes from character, not output. You are allowed to rest because you exist, not because you earned it. The environment matters too. A shutdown ritual is not only mental, it is physical. Lower lights, slower movements, quieter sounds. These signals tell the nervous system that the battle is over. When you keep stimulating your senses late into the night, the body stays alert. But when you reduce input, the mind follows. Stillness invites stillness. There is also a subtle but powerful act. Gratitude for survival of the day. Not forced positivity, but recognition that you made it through. Even difficult days contain moments of strength that often go unnoticed. Acknowledging them restores balance to the mind, which naturally remembers problems more than victories. When the day ends with appreciation instead of analysis, the emotional system settles. The Stoic shutdown ritual ends with acceptance, not resignation, not defeat. Acceptance that life is larger than your control. The sun will rise without your supervision. The world will continue without your monitoring. You do not have to stay alert to keep everything from falling apart. This realization is what allows the deepest sleep to arrive. The kind that feels like being carried instead of collapsing. When the mind learns to close the day properly, nights stop feeling like a continuation of stress and start becoming a return to peace. Mental noise fades because there is nothing left to process, nothing left to defend, nothing left to hold. You are not escaping the day, you are completing it. And completion is what allows the body to release its guard, the breath to slow, and the nervous system to trust the darkness instead of resisting it. This is how the Stoics slept without fear of tomorrow. Not because life was easy, but because they refused to carry what the night was meant to dissolve. And when you master this, sleep stops being something you chase and becomes something that finds you. When the day is finally closed, something unusual happens. The mind goes quiet, and then it starts listening. In that silence, the future sometimes steps forward like a shadow. Tomorrow's responsibilities, tomorrow's uncertainty, tomorrow's pressure. It's almost unfair. The moment you stop thinking about today, your brain tries to protect you by rehearsing what might hurt you next. That's why so many people fall asleep feeling done with the day, yet still wake up tense as if they were fighting all night. There is a hidden reason for this. Anxiety is not just fear, it is the mind's attempt to control what it cannot predict. It keeps scanning, planning, bracing, because it believes discomfort is dangerous. The Stoics saw this clearly. They believed the mind becomes restless at night because it has trained itself to avoid discomfort during the day. When comfort becomes a requirement, uncertainty becomes a threat. And tomorrow always contains uncertainty. This is where voluntary discomfort becomes powerful. Not as punishment, not as toughness for show, but as a quiet training that tells your nervous system one simple message: discomfort is survivable. And when the body truly believes that, the mind stops panicking about tomorrow. A short, controlled discomfort before bed works like a reset button for fear. It breaks the association that uncomfortable means unsafe. Most anxiety is the fear of feeling something you don't want to feel. Pressure, embarrassment, rejection, fatigue, uncertainty. But voluntary discomfort teaches you to meet discomfort on your own terms, in a small dose, in a controlled space, without drama. It turns fear into familiarity. The Stoics practiced this through simple acts. They wore simpler clothes. They skipped luxuries. They took cold water. They ate plain food. Not because life should be miserable, but because they refused to become dependent on comfort. Seneca wrote about practicing poverty at times, so that wealth would never control the mind. The lesson is deeper than money. It's about freedom. When you can handle less, you fear less. When you can handle discomfort, you stop needing guarantees. Before bed, this can be done in a gentle, intelligent way. One method is a brief cold exposure. Not extreme, not reckless, not a long cold bath that shocks you. Just a short cold rinse at the end of a shower, long enough to feel resistance and then calm your breath through it. The goal isn't suffering. The goal is mastery. When you feel the cold and choose calm anyway, you prove to yourself that your body can be uncomfortable without your mind collapsing into panic. You teach your system that steady breathing is stronger than urgency. Another method is light fasting or simplification. Late-night snacking is often emotional. People eat to soften stress, to numb restlessness, to create comfort when the mind feels uncertain. Choosing to stop eating earlier or choosing a simple, light final meal is voluntary discomfort that strengthens self-trust. It signals, I don't need quick comfort to feel okay. This reduces anxiety because anxiety grows in minds that don't trust themselves. Every small act of self-control builds the belief that you can handle tomorrow. There is also the discomfort of silence. Many people are afraid to be alone with their thoughts, so they flood the night with noise. Videos, scrolling, background sound, constant stimulation. That is not relaxation. It is avoidance disguised as entertainment. Choosing 10 minutes of silence before bed is voluntary discomfort for the modern mind. At first it feels restless. Thoughts rise, emotions show up. But when you sit through it without running, something changes. You stop treating thoughts like emergencies. You stop believing every feeling requires action. This is one of the most stoic skills you can build, staying present without needing to escape. A powerful version of this is writing one honest sentence you usually avoid. Not a long journal, not a perfect reflection, just one truth. Something like, I'm afraid I won't be enough tomorrow. Or, I'm carrying pressure I never speak about. That moment can sting, but it also releases poison. The mind becomes lighter because the fear has been named. Stoics believed clarity comes when you face what you've been hiding. Anxiety loses strength when it is brought into the open. Voluntary discomfort also includes resisting the urge to check. Checking messages, checking notifications, checking if someone replied, checking the news. These small compulsions train your brain to seek certainty, And every time you seek certainty, you tell your mind it cannot handle uncertainty. At night, that training comes back as anxiety about tomorrow. Choosing to put the phone away earlier and not check again is discomfort, but it builds a stronger mind. It teaches you that nothing falls apart when you stop monitoring everything. The deepest benefit of voluntary discomfort is this: it changes your relationship with tomorrow. Anxiety often comes from the belief that tomorrow will demand something you cannot handle. But when you practice discomfort tonight, you collect evidence that you can handle more than you think. That evidence becomes peace. This practice must stay clean and simple. It is not about doing 10 hard things. It is about doing one small hard thing on purpose, then ending with calm. The calm matters. If you do discomfort and then rush back into chaos, you miss the point. The point is to prove that discomfort can exist without destroying your peace. When you do this consistently, your mind starts to sleep differently. It stops rehearsing worst-case futures because it no longer believes discomfort is a disaster. Tomorrow becomes less terrifying because you have already practiced meeting difficulty with steadiness. And you don't just fall asleep deeper, you wake up with a quiet confidence, not because life is predictable, but because you are prepared to face whatever it brings. When you stop running from discomfort, a deeper layer of fear begins to surface. Not the small worries about tasks or conversations, but the quiet fear of losing what you depend on. The mind rarely says it out loud, but it whispers in the background. Fear of losing stability, health, people you love, the life you built, the version of yourself you recognize. At night, when everything slows down, that fear looks for space to breathe. And if it is not faced consciously, it follows you into sleep like a shadow that never clocks out. There is a Stoic practice that sounds harsh at first, but becomes deeply calming once understood. Instead of avoiding thoughts of loss, they rehearse them gently, deliberately, in a controlled way. Not to create sadness, not to dwell in darkness, but to remove the shock that feeds fear. They believed fear grows strongest around what the mind refuses to look at. When something feels unthinkable, it becomes unstoppable. But when it is faced calmly, it loses its power to ambush you. This rehearsal is not about picturing tragedy in graphic detail. It is about acknowledging that change and loss are part of life's structure, not punishments designed for you. You reflect on the fact that everything you have today is temporary, not to become cold or detached, but to become present. When you stop assuming permanence, you stop living in constant quiet panic that something might be taken away. Gratitude becomes more natural because you stop postponing appreciation for a future that is not guaranteed. At night, this practice can bring unexpected peace. Instead of clinging tightly to tomorrow, you loosen your grip. You remind yourself that whatever happens, you will meet it as the person you are becoming, steady, aware, capable of adapting. The mind relaxes because it is no longer trying to secure an impossible promise that nothing will change. The Stoics understood that suffering often comes not from loss itself, but from the illusion that loss should never happen. Mentally rehearsing loss also teaches emotional independence. When you place all your stability outside yourself, in circumstances, in people, in outcomes, sleep becomes fragile. Your nervous system stays alert because it knows your peace depends on things you cannot control. But when you remind yourself that your character, your perspective, and your response belong to you, fear begins to loosen. You stop guarding life as if it could be stolen at any second. There is a quiet strength in telling yourself, if this changes, I will still stand. Not because you are invincible, but because you trust your ability to endure and rebuild. The Stoics believed that resilience is built in advance, not during crisis. You prepare the mind when life is calm, so it does not collapse when life shifts. This preparation does not make you pessimistic. It makes you stable. Another hidden effect of this practice is that it reduces attachment to imagined futures. Many people cannot sleep because they are holding tightly to a picture of how tomorrow must go. The meeting must succeed. The plan must work. The relationship must stay the same. When the mind becomes rigid about outcomes, anxiety grows. But when you accept that life will unfold in ways you cannot script, the pressure softens. You still care, but you are not held hostage by expectations. This technique also deepens appreciation for ordinary moments. When you acknowledge that nothing lasts forever, even small things become meaningful. A quiet evening, a simple meal, a conversation, the feeling of being safe in your own space. Sleep becomes easier because you are not rushing through the present, chasing a future that keeps moving away. You are here, and here is enough for now. It is important to approach this gently. The purpose is calm acceptance, not emotional overwhelm. If sadness appears, you let it pass without feeding it. If fear rises, you observe it without arguing. Over time, the mind learns that thoughts of loss do not have to trigger panic. They can exist without taking control. This is freedom from fear, not through denial, but through understanding. As this becomes a habit, nights feel different. You stop scanning for danger. You stop negotiating with uncertainty. You rest in the knowledge that life has always been unpredictable, and yet you are still here, still breathing, still learning, still capable of facing what comes next. The Stoics slept peacefully, not because they believed nothing bad would happen, but because they had already made peace with the possibility that it could. Fear could not chase them into sleep because there was nowhere left for it to hide. And when fear loses its hiding place, the mind finally stops running. Once fear loosens its grip, another weight often reveals itself underneath: regret. Not loud, not dramatic, but persistent. Small moments replaying in the dark, words you wish you had chosen differently, opportunities missed, times you stayed silent when you wanted to speak, or spoke when silence would have protected your peace. Night has a way of turning these memories into quiet accusations, and if they are not processed, they follow you into sleep like unfinished conversations that never fade. Marcus Aurelius understood this deeply. Despite being one of the most powerful men in the world, he carried the same restless mind as anyone else. He led armies, ruled an empire, faced betrayal, loss, pressure that most people could not survive. Yet every night he returned to something simple: reflection. Not the kind that fuels self-criticism, but the kind that releases it. He treated reflection as mental hygiene, a way to clean the mind before rest, so yesterday would not poison tomorrow. His approach was calm and honest. He would review the day as if observing another person, not judging himself, not creating drama, simply noticing. Where did I act according to my values? Where did I drift away from them? What triggered me? What can I learn? This kind of reflection dissolves regret because it transforms mistakes into information. Regret thrives on repetition without resolution. Reflection interrupts that cycle by extracting meaning from the experience. He did not expect perfection from himself, even as emperor. That is why his reflections were private. They were not speeches for others. They were reminders to himself that being human means being imperfect, reactive at times, distracted at times, tired at times. When you allow yourself to be human, regret softens because you stop demanding flawless behavior from a nervous system that was never designed for it. Night reflection also removes the illusion that one moment defines you. Many people replay a single mistake as if it erased everything else they have done right. Marcus Aurelius understood that identity is shaped by patterns, not isolated incidents. One impatient reaction does not make you a bad person. One awkward conversation does not erase your kindness. When you review the whole day, instead of zooming in on the worst seconds, perspective returns. There is also power in naming what went well. The mind has a natural bias toward negativity, storing painful memories more vividly than peaceful ones. Reflection balances this by acknowledging quiet victories, moments of restraint, patience, courage, honesty, or discipline that often go unnoticed. When you recognize them, your brain stops acting as if the day was a failure. This creates a sense of completion, which is essential for restful sleep. Marcus Aurelius also practiced acceptance during reflection. Once the lesson was learned, he did not keep punishing himself. He understood that replaying a mistake without new insight is just self-inflicted suffering. Acceptance means allowing the day to be finished. The past does not need to be corrected to be released. It only needs to be understood. Another part of this practice is forgiveness, directed inward. Many people forgive others more easily than themselves. They carry private harshness that no one else sees. But constant self-criticism keeps the nervous system activated, as if you are under attack from within. Forgiveness quiets that internal hostility. It tells the mind that growth is still possible, that one difficult day does not cancel the future. Reflection also reconnects you with your intentions. In the rush of daily life, it is easy to forget why you are trying to become stronger, calmer, wiser. Night review reminds you that progress is happening, even if slowly. It shifts your focus from outcomes to direction. You begin to care less about how perfect the day looked, and more about whether you moved slightly closer to the person you want to be. Over time, this ritual creates emotional closure. The day stops feeling unfinished. Loose ends are tied, lessons are stored, tension is released. Sleep becomes easier because the mind is no longer trying to process unresolved experiences in the background. You are not suppressing thoughts, you are organizing them. Marcus Aurelius wrote many of his reflections down, not for history, not for readers, but as a conversation with himself. That act alone can be powerful. Writing slows the mind, clarifies emotions, and prevents thoughts from spinning in circles. It transforms vague discomfort into something concrete and manageable. When regret is processed this way, it stops appearing as a threat. It becomes a teacher that has already finished speaking. You do not carry it into the night because it no longer needs your attention. And without that weight, sleep arrives as something gentle instead of something you chase. This is how a man responsible for an empire found peace at the end of the day, not by escaping reality, but by meeting it honestly and then letting it go. When you adopt this habit, nights stop being a courtroom where you put yourself on trial. They become a place of quiet reconciliation where you make peace with who you were today so you can wake up stronger tomorrow. When regret has been faced and understood, there is still one more thing that keeps the mind awake: the feeling that something is unfinished. Not necessarily big tasks, but loose threads. Messages not answered, decisions postponed, plans left open, words you meant to say but didn't. The mind treats unfinished things like alarms that were never turned off. Even in silence, they keep ringing somewhere in the background. This is why overthinkers struggle to sleep. Their brains are trying to hold too many open loops at once. The Stoics recognized that the human mind seeks completion. It wants closure, a sense that the day has a clear ending. Without that ending, it keeps searching for ways to finish what was left hanging. Instead of drifting into rest, it drifts into planning, rehearsing, worrying. Overthinking is often not a lack of discipline. It is the mind's attempt to resolve what feels unresolved. Releasing unfinished business does not mean solving everything before bed. That would be impossible. It means consciously deciding that what is not finished today does not need to be finished tonight. The Stoics believed that each day is its own life. It begins, it unfolds, and it ends. Carrying tasks into the night blurs that boundary, making rest feel like abandonment instead of recovery. One simple way they approached this was by defining a clear endpoint for the day. Not when you collapse from exhaustion, but when you choose to stop. There is power in saying, "Today is complete." Even if work remains, even if problems remain, even if uncertainty remains, completion is a decision, not a condition. When you declare the day finished, the mind receives permission to stand down. Another part of releasing unfinished business is writing down what still needs attention tomorrow. This is not planning every detail. It is transferring responsibility from your mind to something external. When tasks live only in your head, your brain keeps rehearsing them so they are not forgotten. Once they are written down, the mind relaxes because it trusts they will be handled later. It stops guarding them like fragile objects. The Stoics also practiced separating urgency from importance. Many things feel urgent at night simply because there are no distractions. Problems grow larger in the dark because there is nothing else competing for attention. But most of them can wait. Training yourself to distinguish between what truly needs action and what only feels urgent prevents the mind from escalating minor concerns into major threats. Unfinished emotional business can be even heavier than practical tasks. Tension with someone, unresolved conflict, things left unsaid, these create a kind of emotional static that lingers beneath the surface. While you cannot fix every relationship before bed, you can release the need to resolve it immediately. The Stoic approach is to focus on your own intentions rather than other people's reactions. If you acted with honesty and restraint, you allow the rest to unfold in time. This removes the pressure to control outcomes you cannot control. Another hidden source of unfinished business is self-expectation. Many people go to bed feeling they did not do enough, did not move fast enough, did not live up to their own standards. This internal pressure keeps the nervous system activated, as if tomorrow depends entirely on squeezing more out of tonight. The Stoics challenged this by reminding themselves that effort matters more than perfection. Progress, even small progress, is still movement. When you recognize that, the mind stops punishing you for being human. Letting go of unfinished business also requires trust. Trust that you will handle tomorrow when it arrives. Overthinkers often replay scenarios because they fear being unprepared. But preparation does not come from endless rehearsal. It comes from confidence in your ability to adapt. The Stoics valued adaptability over prediction. Life rarely follows scripts, so the calmest minds are those that know they can respond rather than control. There is also a physical aspect to release. The body stores tension connected to mental strain. Gentle stretching, slow breathing, or simply unclenching muscles can signal to the brain that the day's work is over. When the body relaxes, the mind often follows. Stillness in the body teaches the brain that it does not need to stay in action mode. Over time, practicing release changes how you relate to productivity and control. You stop measuring your worth by how much you squeezed into a day. You begin to see rest as part of effectiveness, not the opposite of it. Sleep becomes a tool that strengthens you instead of an obstacle that steals time. This is why Stoics slept better than overthinkers. Not because they had fewer responsibilities, but because they refused to carry them past the point where action was possible. They understood that night is not for solving life. It is for restoring the strength needed to face it again. When unfinished business is released, silence no longer feels threatening. It becomes a signal that nothing more is required from you right now. The alarms turn off, the loops close. The mind settles not because everything is resolved, but because you stopped demanding resolution from a moment meant for rest. And in that space, sleep arrives naturally, like something that was waiting for permission all along. When the habit of releasing unfinished business begins to settle in, another hidden pressure often steps forward. The feeling that no matter what you did, it still wasn't enough. Enough work, enough progress, enough discipline, enough improvement. Modern life quietly trains people to measure their worth by output, so when the day ends, the mind starts calculating. What more could I have done? Where did I fall behind? Why am I not further along? This is the seed of productivity guilt, and it follows many people into the night like a quiet accusation they cannot silence. The Stoics recognized this trap long before productivity became an obsession. They believed the goal of a day was not endless achievement, but alignment with your values. A day lived with intention, honesty, and effort was complete, even if the visible results were small. This philosophy of enough for today was not laziness. It was clarity. They understood that human energy is finite, attention is finite, time is finite. Expecting limitless output from a limited body only creates exhaustion and resentment toward life itself. Ending the productivity guilt cycle begins with redefining what a successful day means. Instead of asking, "Did I do everything?" the Stoics would ask, "Did I do what mattered most?" That shift changes everything. When you focus on essentials rather than volume, you stop chasing an invisible finish line that keeps moving farther away. You begin to respect the reality that meaningful progress is often quiet and slow. There is also courage in accepting that some days will be lighter than others. Not every day will feel powerful or focused. Some days are meant for recovery, reflection, or simply maintaining stability. When you resist this natural rhythm, you create internal conflict. When you accept it, the mind relaxes because it no longer feels judged for being human. The Stoics treated rest as part of discipline, not a break from it. Another important element is recognizing the difference between effort and outcome. Many people feel guilty because the results did not match their expectations, even if they worked sincerely. But outcomes depend on many factors beyond your control. Effort belongs to you. Results often do not. When you evaluate yourself based on effort, you reclaim peace. You can sleep knowing you showed up fully, regardless of how the day unfolded. Productivity guilt is also fueled by comparison. Seeing others appear to achieve more can create the illusion that you are falling behind. The Stoics warned against this habit because it shifts attention away from your own path. Your life is not a race against strangers. It is a process of becoming who you are capable of being. When you bring your focus back to your own direction, external noise loses its influence. The philosophy of enough for today also protects against burnout. When the mind never receives permission to stop, it begins to associate work with threat rather than purpose. Over time, motivation collapses because the nervous system cannot sustain constant pressure. By ending the day with acceptance instead of criticism, you preserve your ability to return tomorrow with energy instead of dread. There is a simple ritual that reinforces this mindset, acknowledging 3 things you completed, no matter how small, not as forced positivity, but as recognition of movement. The brain needs evidence of progress to feel safe. When you consciously name what you did, you prevent the mind from erasing your effort and focusing only on what remains undone. Gratitude plays a role here as well, but not just gratitude for external things. Gratitude for your own perseverance, for continuing even when tired, for trying again after setbacks, for maintaining integrity when shortcuts were available. This builds self-respect, and self-respect quiets the inner critic that keeps you awake at night. Accepting enough also creates space for life beyond productivity. Relationships, creativity, simple presence, moments of quiet. These are often sacrificed when output becomes the only measure of value. The Stoics believed a balanced life creates a stronger mind than a constantly strained one. When you allow yourself to experience life instead of just optimizing it, the day feels fuller, even if fewer tasks were completed. The deeper truth behind this philosophy is that peace does not come from finishing everything. It comes from knowing that what you did was sincere. When sincerity replaces perfectionism, nights become gentler. You stop negotiating with yourself about what should have been done. You accept what was possible within the limits of time and energy. This mindset also prepares you to wake stronger. A mind that rests without guilt recovers faster. A body that sleeps without tension wakes with clarity. By ending the day with enough, you create a clean starting point for tomorrow instead of carrying emotional residue forward. The Stoics did not chase endless productivity because they understood something simple and profound. Life is not a task to complete. It is a series of days to live well. When you close the night with acceptance instead of pressure, you free yourself from a cycle that never truly ends. And in that freedom, sleep becomes deeper, not because you did everything, but because you finally allowed yourself to stop. When the pressure to do more finally loosens, the mind sometimes fills the empty space with something else. Worst-case scenarios. Problems that have not happened yet suddenly feel vivid. Small uncertainties grow into disasters. A single unanswered message becomes a story of rejection. A minor health concern becomes a looming crisis. Nighttime has a way of amplifying fears because there are no distractions to dilute them. This is catastrophizing, and it steals peace from people who were calm just hours before. The Stoics did not try to silence these thoughts by force. They understood that the mind resists suppression. The more you push fear away, the stronger it returns. Instead, they practiced negative visualization, a calm, deliberate reflection on possible difficulties before the mind could turn them into uncontrolled panic. The goal was not to scare themselves, but to make fear familiar. When something is familiar, it stops feeling overwhelming. Negative visualization works because uncertainty is what fuels anxiety. The mind fears what it cannot picture or prepare for. By briefly acknowledging what could go wrong, you remove the element of surprise that gives fear its intensity. You look at the possibility, examine it, and then remind yourself that you would still respond, still adapt, still endure. This turns imagined catastrophe into manageable reality. At night, this practice can neutralize runaway thinking. Instead of spiraling through endless what-if scenarios, you bring structure to the process. You allow the mind to consider one concern calmly, then guide it toward resolution. If tomorrow becomes difficult, what would I actually do? Who could I rely on? What strengths have carried me through challenges before? When the brain sees a path forward, it stops sounding the alarm. Another benefit is that it exposes exaggeration. Catastrophizing often stretches small risks into absolute certainty of disaster. By examining fears intentionally, you notice how unlikely or manageable many of them are. A delayed plan does not equal failure. A mistake does not erase your progress. A difficult conversation does not destroy a relationship. Perspective returns when panic is replaced by reasoning. The Stoics also used this technique to build gratitude. When you consider the possibility of losing something, you become more aware of its presence right now. Health, safety, relationships, opportunities. They stop feeling ordinary and start feeling meaningful. This shifts the mind from dread to appreciation, which is a much calmer state to fall asleep in. It is important to approach negative visualization with steadiness, not intensity. You are not immersing yourself in fear, you are observing it from a distance. If emotions begin to escalate, you step back and return to the present moment. The practice is meant to reduce anxiety, not deepen it. Like all Stoic exercises, moderation is key. Another aspect is accepting that control is limited. Many fears persist because the mind believes it must prevent every possible problem. But life has always contained uncertainty. When you accept that some events will unfold without your permission, the need to predict everything fades. You focus on what remains within your influence, your character, your choices, your response. This is where real stability comes from. Negative visualization also prepares the mind for resilience. Instead of being shocked by challenges, you meet them with a sense of recognition. You have already rehearsed your calm response. You have already reminded yourself that discomfort is survivable. This quiet confidence dissolves the urgency that keeps people awake. Over time, this practice changes your relationship with fear. You stop treating it as a signal that something is wrong and start seeing it as a signal to prepare your perspective. Fear becomes information instead of a command. When it appears, you examine it, learn from it, and then release it. Sleep becomes easier because the mind is no longer chasing endless scenarios. It has already faced the possibilities it needed to face. There is nothing left to rehearse. The unknown stops feeling like a threat and starts feeling like a space where life will unfold, just as it always has. The Stoics were not fearless because they expected life to be easy. They were calm because they trained themselves to meet difficulty before it arrived. By doing so, they prevented fear from following them into the night. And when fear is disarmed, rest stops being fragile. It becomes steady, deep, and restorative, the kind that prepares you to wake not with dread, but with quiet strength. Even after fear settles and worst-case thoughts lose their urgency, one last disturbance often remains: the sting of how people treated you. A careless comment, a dismissive tone, a moment of disrespect, a look that felt like judgment. These small emotional injuries rarely fade on their own. At night, they replay with sharper edges, as if the mind is trying to defend itself after the fact. You think of better responses, stronger comebacks, clearer explanations, but none of it changes what already happened. It only keeps the nervous system activated long after the moment has passed. The Stoics understood that insults have a strange power only when they are carried forward. In the moment, they may hurt, but once the event is over, the pain continues only through memory and interpretation. The person who spoke the words may already be asleep, unaware that their comment is echoing in your mind. Emotional detachment begins when you realize you are reliving something that is no longer happening. Training detachment does not mean pretending you have no feelings. It means separating your peace from other people's behavior. You acknowledge the emotion without letting it define your state. Instead of replaying the insult as a personal attack, you step back and observe it as a reflection of the other person's mood, stress, insecurity, or misunderstanding. This shift removes the poison from the memory. What felt targeted begins to feel impersonal. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself that people act according to what they believe is right or necessary at the time. When someone speaks harshly, it often says more about their internal struggle than about your worth. Seeing this does not excuse bad behavior, but it frees you from carrying it. You stop asking why it happened to you and start recognizing that it may not have been about you at all. Another part of detachment is refusing to continue the argument internally. Many people go to bed still debating with someone who is not present. The mind keeps defending, explaining, justifying. But this only prolongs the emotional charge. The Stoic approach is simple. The conversation is over. There is nothing left to win. Peace comes from stepping out of the mental courtroom, not from delivering the perfect closing statement. It also helps to examine what exactly was hurt. Often, it is not the words themselves, but the ego's reaction to them, the desire to be respected, understood, or seen in a certain way. When that image is threatened, the mind reacts strongly. But the Stoics believed your character is not determined by someone else's opinion. When you root your identity in your own values, rather than external validation, insults lose their leverage. Forgiveness plays a quiet role here, not necessarily forgiving the action, but releasing the need for emotional repayment. Holding resentment is like gripping a hot object and expecting the other person to feel the burn. Letting go cools the mind. It allows you to return to yourself instead of staying tied to someone else's behavior. Physical relaxation can support this process. Emotional tension often lives in the body. Tight shoulders, clenched jaw, shallow breathing. Softening these areas signals to the brain that the threat has passed. Slow exhalations, gentle movement, or simply lying still with awareness can help dissolve the lingering charge. When the body feels safe, the mind follows. Another Stoic insight is recognizing how little control you truly have over other people's perceptions. Trying to manage how everyone sees you is exhausting and impossible. When you release that responsibility, a quiet freedom appears. You no longer need to replay interactions to adjust the outcome. You accept that misunderstandings happen and that your peace cannot depend on universal approval. Detachment also creates emotional space for compassion. When you are no longer focused on defending yourself, you may notice that the person who hurt you is likely carrying their own unseen burdens. Stress, fear, insecurity, these often leak out as sharp words. Understanding this does not make you weak, it makes you steady. You stop absorbing negativity and start observing it from a distance. Over time, practicing this skill changes how insults affect you. They may still register, but they do not linger. You process them in real time instead of storing them for nighttime replay. Sleep becomes easier because there are fewer emotional leftovers waiting in the dark. The Stoics aimed to end each day with a mind free from unnecessary disturbances. They knew that carrying resentment into sleep was like bringing noise into a place meant for silence. By detaching from the day's insults, you return to your own center, where your worth is not negotiated and your peace is not borrowed from others. When you lie down after releasing these emotional hooks, the mind no longer scans for threats or rehearses defenses. It settles into stillness because there is nothing left to protect. And in that stillness, rest becomes natural, not as an escape from people, but as a return to yourself, untouched by what was said or how it was said. When the sting of the day's insults finally fades, the mind often tries one last way to pull you back into unrest, replaying conversations. Not just the difficult ones, but almost any interaction that left uncertainty behind. You revisit what was said, what you meant to say, how the other person might have interpreted it. You edit sentences in your head as if time could be reversed through better wording. Hours pass while the body lies still, and the mind keeps talking to ghosts of moments that are already gone. This habit feels harmless, even responsible, because it disguises itself as reflection. But after dark, it rarely brings clarity. It brings agitation. The brain becomes trapped in loops, searching for a perfect version of a conversation that will never exist. The Stoics saw this as a misuse of attention. Once a dialogue is over, continuing it internally does not improve it. It only drains you. The discipline of not replaying conversations begins with recognizing that closure does not come from analysis alone. Most conversations do not need to be solved. They need to be released. People are complex, misunderstandings are common, and not every interaction will feel complete. Accepting this truth allows the mind to stop chasing an impossible sense of finality. One reason the brain replays conversations is the desire for control. When outcomes feel uncertain, the mind tries to regain control by rehearsing different versions. But control over the past is an illusion. The Stoics focused their energy on what remained within reach, their intentions moving forward, not their words moving backward. When you adopt this perspective, your attention returns to the present instead of circling old ground. Another hidden driver is the need for approval. You wonder whether you sounded intelligent, kind, confident, or convincing enough. This fear of judgment keeps conversations alive long after they end, but the Stoic approach is to ground your worth in your own standards rather than in imagined opinions. If you spoke honestly and respectfully, you have already done your part. The rest belongs to the other person's perception, which you cannot manage. It also helps to remember that other people are not replaying the conversation as intensely as you are. Most individuals are preoccupied with their own concerns. The moment that feels enormous to you may be barely noticeable to them. Recognizing this reduces the emotional weight attached to the memory. What felt like a defining interaction becomes just one of many ordinary exchanges in the flow of life. The discipline itself is gentle but firm. When the mind begins replaying, you acknowledge the thought without following it. You do not argue with it or push it away forcefully. You simply return your attention to something steady, your breath, the sensation of lying down, the quiet rhythm of the room. Over time, the brain learns that nighttime is not a stage for social analysis. It is a place for restoration. There is also value in setting a boundary earlier in the evening. If a conversation truly needs reflection, you give it a specific time before bed, process it calmly, and then close it. This prevents it from leaking into the night. Structure reassures the mind that the issue has been addressed, even if not resolved. Forgiveness toward yourself is essential here as well. Many replayed conversations revolve around perceived mistakes, words you regret, things you forgot to mention, moments you think you mishandled. Holding on to these thoughts is a way of punishing yourself repeatedly. The Stoics encouraged compassion toward one's own imperfections, recognizing that communication is never flawless. You allow yourself to be human and let the moment pass. Another useful shift is focusing on intention instead of performance. You cannot control how eloquent you sounded or how perfectly your message landed, but you can remember why you spoke. When your intention was sincere, the need to dissect every detail fades. You trust that authenticity carries more weight than polished delivery. Over time, refusing to replay conversations strengthens mental independence. You stop seeking reassurance from the past and start trusting your ability to navigate future interactions as they come. This reduces social anxiety and builds quiet confidence because your peace no longer depends on flawless communication. Sleep becomes deeper when the mind stops rehearsing dialogues. Silence no longer feels like a gap that must be filled with analysis. It becomes a resting place. The day's voices fade, and the nervous system finally understands that it does not need to stay alert for hidden meanings or missed opportunities. The Stoics valued this discipline because they knew that attention is life's most precious resource. Spending it on conversations that cannot change is like pouring water into a sealed jar. When you reclaim that attention and direct it toward rest, you restore energy for the conversations that actually matter, the ones you will have tomorrow, with a clearer mind and a steadier heart. By ending the night without echoes of old dialogues, you step into sleep as your present self, not as a version of you trapped in yesterday's words. And in that quiet freedom, rest arrives naturally, carrying you toward a morning that feels lighter, calmer, and ready for whatever comes next. When the noise of past conversations finally fades, the mind often reaches for something deeper to hold on to, the quiet belief that you should have done everything better. Not just said better words, but lived a better day. More disciplined, more focused, more patient, more in control. This is where perfectionism hides. It doesn't shout. It whispers that peace must be earned through flawless performance. And when the day falls short of that impossible standard, the mind refuses to rest, as if sleep must wait until you become someone who never makes mistakes. The Stoics saw perfectionism as a disguised form of fear. Fear of being judged, fear of losing control, fear of not being enough. They believed the mind becomes agitated when it demands certainty and precision from a world that was never designed to provide either. Accepting imperfection was not settling for less. It was aligning with reality. Humans are inconsistent by nature. Emotions fluctuate, attention drifts, energy rises and falls. Expecting constant excellence from a changing organism creates tension that no amount of effort can release. Accepting imperfection acts like a sedative because it removes the pressure to fix yourself before you are allowed to rest. You stop treating sleep as a reward for productivity and start seeing it as a basic need that supports growth. The mind softens when it realizes that being unfinished is not a problem to solve, but a condition of being alive. Growth happens in cycles, not in straight lines. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself that mistakes are part of learning how to live well. He did not wake up each day expecting perfection. He woke up expecting practice. This mindset changes how you evaluate your day. Instead of asking whether you executed everything flawlessly, you ask whether you showed up with effort and intention. When effort becomes the measure, disappointment loses its edge. Imperfection also makes room for compassion toward yourself. Many people extend understanding to others, but deny it to themselves. They tolerate friends' flaws, forgive strangers' mistakes, yet hold their own behavior to impossible standards. The Stoics believed fairness begins inward. If you can allow others to be human, you must allow yourself the same grace. This internal fairness quiets the harsh voice that keeps you awake, replaying what went wrong. Another hidden benefit of accepting imperfection is freedom from constant comparison. Perfectionism feeds on the illusion that others are doing everything better, but everyone struggles privately. Everyone has days that fall apart. When you release the need to measure yourself against curated images of success, you reclaim your own pace. Your life stops feeling like a competition and starts feeling like a path. The body responds to this acceptance as well. When perfectionism dominates, muscles stay tense, breathing becomes shallow, the nervous system remains on alert. It is as if the body is waiting for a signal that it is finally safe to relax. Acceptance provides that signal. When you tell yourself that today did not need to be perfect to be enough, your shoulders drop, your breath deepens, your heartbeat slows. Calm is not forced. It arrives as a natural consequence of releasing pressure. Imperfection also encourages curiosity instead of judgment. Instead of labeling the day as good or bad, you explore what it revealed about you. Where did you feel strong? Where did you struggle? What might you try differently tomorrow? This turns mistakes into guidance rather than evidence of failure. The mind prefers direction over criticism because direction feels constructive while criticism feels threatening. There is also a deeper philosophical piece in recognizing that life itself is imperfect. Plans change, people change, circumstances shift without warning. When you accept this unpredictability, you stop expecting stability from a moving system. Your calm no longer depends on conditions being ideal. It depends on your willingness to adapt. Over time, this acceptance reshapes how you approach each day. You begin to focus on consistency rather than intensity. Small, steady actions replace dramatic bursts of effort followed by exhaustion. Progress becomes sustainable because it is not fueled by pressure but by patience. Sleep becomes easier because the mind no longer feels like it must correct everything before morning. You are allowed to pause mid-journey. Rest is no longer seen as weakness, but as preparation for the next step. The unfinished parts of you stop feeling like threats and start feeling like potential. The Stoics did not aim to become perfect, they aimed to become resilient. They knew that a calm mind is not one that never fails, but one that can accept failure without collapsing. When you lie down after embracing imperfection, you are not carrying the weight of unrealistic expectations. You are simply a human being who lived a human day, learning as you go. In that acceptance, the mind finally releases its grip. There is nothing left to prove, nothing left to defend, nothing left to fix before rest can begin. Sleep arrives gently, not as an escape from who you are, but as a quiet companion to the person you are still becoming. When imperfection is no longer treated as a flaw to hide, a deeper tension becomes visible, the need to control everything. Not just actions and outcomes, but time, emotions, other people, even the future. During the day, this need can look like responsibility or ambition, but at night it turns into restlessness. The mind keeps scanning for problems to solve, as if letting go would allow something to fall apart. Sleep feels risky because control feels like safety. The Stoics understood that the desire for control is rooted in fear of uncertainty. If you can predict everything, you believe nothing can hurt you. But life has never followed perfect plans. Illness arrives unannounced. Opportunities appear unexpectedly. People change without warning. Trying to control every variable is like trying to hold water in your hands. The tighter you grip, the more it slips away. Surrendering control to the night is not weakness. It is wisdom. It means recognizing the boundary between what belongs to you and what does not. Your effort belongs to you. Your choices belong to you. Your character belongs to you. But outcomes, reactions, and timing do not. When you lie down still trying to manage things beyond your reach, the mind stays alert because it senses an impossible task. The Stoics practiced a deliberate release before sleep. They would remind themselves that the day's work was finished and that the rest of the world could continue without their supervision. The stars would still move, the sun would still rise, life would unfold with or without their vigilance. This perspective dissolves the illusion that you must stay mentally on duty at all times. There is also a biological truth behind this. The nervous system cannot enter deep rest while it perceives threat. When the mind clings to control, it signals danger, as if something urgent might happen at any moment. Letting go sends the opposite message, that it is safe to power down. Muscles soften, breathing slows, the body shifts from alertness to restoration. One simple way to practice surrender is to mentally place unfinished concerns into tomorrow's hands, not as avoidance, but as scheduling. You acknowledge that these issues will be addressed when you are rested and capable, not when you are exhausted and depleted. This reassures the brain that responsibility is not being abandoned, only postponed. Trust also plays a role. Trust in your future self to handle what comes. Trust in your ability to adapt. Trust in the resilience you have already built through past challenges. When you remember how many difficulties you have survived, the fear of tomorrow loses its intensity. You realize that you do not need to anticipate every possibility because you have proven you can respond when necessary. Surrendering control also softens the ego's need to manage how life unfolds. Many people carry the belief that if they stop pushing, everything will stagnate. But growth often happens in cycles of effort and recovery. Just as muscles strengthen during rest after exercise, clarity often emerges after the mind has been allowed to reset. Night is not wasted time. It is preparation for better action. There is a quiet humility in acknowledging that you are part of something larger than your plans. Nature moves according to rhythms you did not design. Day and night, seasons, aging, renewal. Aligning with these rhythms instead of resisting them brings a sense of belonging rather than struggle. You stop feeling like you must carry the world and start feeling carried by it. Another aspect of surrender is releasing the need for certainty about the future. You do not need to know exactly how tomorrow will unfold to rest tonight. Uncertainty is not a problem to eliminate. It is a condition of being alive. When you stop treating it as an enemy, anxiety begins to loosen. Over time, this practice creates a deep form of confidence, not the loud confidence of control, but the quiet confidence of adaptability. You trust that whatever arrives, you will meet it with steadiness. This trust allows the mind to stop rehearsing scenarios and start recovering energy. Sleep becomes an act of faith. Faith that the world will hold together while you rest. Faith that your responsibilities will still be there in the morning. Faith that your strength will return with clarity. Instead of fighting the night, you cooperate with it. The Stoics slept peacefully, not because their lives were simple, but because they knew when to release their grip. They understood that control is useful during action, but harmful during rest. By surrendering to the night, they allowed themselves to become still without fear, quiet without resistance. When you close your eyes after letting go, you are no longer guarding the future. You are simply present, breathing, supported by the darkness instead of threatened by it. And in that surrender, sleep deepens naturally, preparing you to wake not with tension, but with the calm strength of someone who knows that control is not required to remain steady. When the grip of control finally loosens, the body begins to notice something it has been waiting for all day: permission to stop bracing. Yet many people still struggle to relax even after they lie down. They try breathing exercises, calming sounds, stretching, guided routines, but tension lingers underneath. The body may be still, but inside there is a subtle resistance, as if something unfinished is pressing against the calm. This is because relaxation techniques alone cannot quiet a mind that is still arguing with reality. The Stoics understood that tension does not come only from activity. It comes from resistance. When you mentally fight what has already happened, what is happening, or what might happen, the nervous system interprets that resistance as danger. Cortisol, the body's stress hormone, rises to prepare you for action. The body does not distinguish between physical threats and mental struggle. To it, conflict is conflict. Acceptance lowers cortisol because it removes that internal fight. It tells the brain that nothing needs to be defended right now. Acceptance is not approval, not resignation, not pretending things are perfect. It is simply acknowledging what is true in this moment without trying to rewrite it. When the mind stops resisting, the body stops mobilizing. Relaxation techniques can calm the surface, but acceptance changes the foundation. You can breathe slowly while still worrying. You can stretch while still replaying events. You can lie still while still trying to control tomorrow. But when acceptance appears, the mental pressure dissolves. The breath deepens naturally. Muscles release without effort. Calm is no longer something you force. It becomes the body's default state. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself that events are neutral. It is the interpretation that creates suffering. When you stop labeling experiences as unfair, unbearable, or catastrophic, they lose the emotional charge that keeps the stress response active. The mind becomes quieter because it is no longer adding layers of judgment on top of reality. Acceptance also removes the urgency to solve everything immediately. Cortisol rises when the brain believes action is required but impossible. This creates a state of helpless alertness. By accepting that some problems cannot be addressed at night, you resolve that conflict. The brain understands that rest is the appropriate action for this moment. Another hidden benefit is emotional clarity. Resistance blurs perception because it is fueled by fear. Acceptance allows you to see situations more objectively, which reduces exaggerated reactions. A challenge becomes something to navigate rather than something to escape. This shift reduces the sense of threat that keeps the stress response activated. Acceptance also supports self-compassion. Many people are hardest on themselves at night, replaying mistakes and judging their reactions. This internal criticism keeps cortisol elevated because the mind feels under attack. When you accept that you are learning, adapting, and imperfect by nature, the internal hostility softens. The body responds by moving out of survival mode. There is also relief in acknowledging uncertainty. Trying to eliminate uncertainty keeps the mind hyper-alert. Acceptance recognizes that not knowing is part of life and does not need to be fixed before rest. When uncertainty is no longer treated as danger, the nervous system can stand down. Physically, this shows up as warmth spreading through the body, slower heart rate, deeper breathing, and a feeling of heaviness that signals readiness for sleep. These are not created by forcing calm, but by removing resistance. The body returns to balance on its own when the mind stops interfering. Acceptance does not mean you stop caring about your life. It means you care without clinging. You allow experiences to exist without trying to control their shape. This creates emotional stability that relaxation techniques alone cannot achieve because it operates at the level of perspective, not just physiology. Over time, practicing acceptance changes how stress is processed. Instead of building up throughout the day and exploding at night, it dissolves as experiences unfold. You carry less tension into the evening because you are not holding on to every frustration and disappointment. The Stoics relied on acceptance because it provided reliable calm in unpredictable conditions. Techniques can fail when circumstances change, but perspective remains available at all times. When you accept the day as it was and the night as it is, you align yourself with reality instead of resisting it. Sleep then becomes a natural consequence of harmony rather than an escape from pressure. Cortisol lowers because there is nothing left to fight, nothing left to solve, nothing left to defend. You are simply present, supported by the quiet, allowing the body to restore itself. This is why acceptance is more powerful than any method designed to simulate calm. It does not decorate the mind with peace. It removes what blocks peace from emerging. And when that blockage is gone, rest flows in effortlessly, carrying you toward a morning that feels clearer, steadier, and free from the tension that once felt unavoidable. When acceptance begins to quiet the body, the final barrier to deep rest often reveals itself in the place where you lie down. The bed, which should signal safety and recovery, has quietly become a workspace for the mind. It is where problems are analyzed, decisions are debated, memories are replayed, and fears are projected into the future. Over time, the brain learns that this space is not for peace, but for mental labor. So the moment your head touches the pillow, it prepares for activity instead of rest. The Stoics believed that environments shape the mind more than people realize. If a place is repeatedly used for tension, it becomes associated with tension. If it is used for calm, it becomes a refuge. Turning your bed into a place of peace begins with breaking the habit of bringing unresolved problems into it. This does not mean ignoring responsibilities. It means respecting the boundary between action and restoration. One of the most powerful shifts is deciding that no major thinking will happen in bed. If something requires analysis, it belongs earlier in the evening, when your mind is clearer and your body is still prepared for effort. Night is not the time for solving life. It is the time for rebuilding strength so you can face life again. When you stop using your bed as a planning desk, the brain slowly relearns its true purpose. The Stoics practiced mental preparation before lying down so that the transition into rest would be smooth. They closed mental loops, released emotional tension, and clarified what needed attention tomorrow. By the time they reached their bed, there was nothing urgent left to process. This prevented the surge of thoughts that often arrives when silence appears. Physical cues also play a role. Soft lighting, slower movements, and reduced stimulation signal to the nervous system that the environment is safe. Harsh lights, loud sounds, and constant device use keep the brain in alert mode. Even the simple act of placing your phone out of reach creates psychological distance from the world's demands. The mind senses that the outside noise has been paused. Another aspect is emotional safety. Many people carry tension into bed because they feel alone with their worries. Creating a calming pre-sleep ritual, reading something grounding, listening to gentle sounds, or reflecting on something meaningful, shifts the emotional tone of the space. The bed becomes associated with comfort rather than isolation. Breathing also helps anchor the body to the present moment. Slow, steady breaths signal that no immediate threat exists. This reduces the tendency for the mind to search for problems to justify its alertness. Over time, the body begins to associate lying down with release instead of vigilance. The Stoics also emphasize the importance of intention. Before sleep, you quietly decide that this time is dedicated to recovery, not reflection. This simple mental statement creates a boundary that the mind respects. It reminds you that rest is not avoidance, it is preparation for tomorrow's effort. Turning the bed into a peaceful place also involves forgiveness toward yourself. If you arrive carrying stress or sadness, you allow those feelings to soften instead of analyzing them. You treat yourself with the same patience you would offer a tired friend. This gentle approach prevents the mind from escalating emotions into problems that must be solved immediately. Another subtle shift is focusing on physical sensations rather than thoughts. The feeling of the mattress supporting you, the rhythm of your breathing, the warmth of the blanket. These anchor your awareness in the present instead of drifting into mental narratives. The body becomes the place where attention rests, not the past or the future. Over time, the brain forms a new association. The bed is no longer where worries grow louder. It becomes where they dissolve. Simply lying down begins to trigger calm because the mind recognizes the environment as safe. Sleep arrives more naturally because nothing in the space encourages alertness. The Stoics valued this transformation because they knew that true rest requires more than exhaustion. It requires a mind that trusts its surroundings. When the bed becomes a sanctuary instead of a problem-solving station, nights stop feeling like battles against your own thoughts. You lie down not to escape the day, but to complete it. The room grows quiet. The body releases tension. The mind stops searching for unfinished tasks. Peace becomes something you step into rather than something you chase. And in that quiet space, sleep unfolds gently, carrying you toward a morning that feels steadier, clearer, and untouched by the noise you left behind. When the bed finally becomes a place of quiet instead of conflict, the mind sometimes makes one last attempt to hold on to control by clinging to worries. It whispers reminders of what could go wrong, what might be forgotten, what still feels uncertain. Even in a peaceful space, these thoughts can hover like unfinished messages waiting to be answered. The Stoics knew that the mind fears losing track of important concerns, so it keeps repeating them to make sure they are not ignored. The ancient solution was surprisingly simple. Write them down and give them to tomorrow, not as avoidance, but as transfer of responsibility. When worries remain only in your head, your brain treats them as urgent because they could disappear. Once they are written, the mind relaxes because it trusts they will be addressed. The thought no longer needs to circle for attention. This practice is not about long journaling sessions or perfect sentences. It is about clarity. You take the vague pressure and turn it into something concrete. A worry that feels overwhelming when it is undefined often becomes manageable when it is named. Writing transforms emotional noise into information. The brain shifts from panic to planning. The Stoics viewed this as an act of discipline. Instead of letting fear dictate the night, you decide when and how concerns will be handled. You might write a short list of what needs attention tomorrow, or a single sentence capturing what is bothering you. The key is intention. You are not feeding the worry, you are containing it. There is also relief in recognizing that tomorrow belongs to a future version of you who will have more energy and perspective. Night magnifies problems because exhaustion reduces resilience. By handing worries forward, you protect yourself from making decisions in a weakened state. You trust that clarity returns with rest. Writing also creates emotional distance. When thoughts stay inside, they feel personal and overwhelming. On paper, they become objects you can observe. This shift allows you to see patterns, exaggerations, or assumptions that were hidden before. What felt like a crisis may reveal itself as a series of manageable steps. Another benefit is closure. Many people cannot sleep because they fear forgetting something important. Writing removes that fear. It reassures the mind that nothing will be lost. The loop closes, and the brain stops rehearsing reminders. The physical act of writing slows the pace of thinking. Unlike typing or scrolling, it requires deliberate movement. This naturally calms the nervous system, preparing it for rest. Your attention moves from racing thoughts to steady action, creating a bridge between activity and stillness. This practice also encourages honesty. You can write things you would never say aloud. Hidden fears, doubts, frustrations. Bringing them into the open reduces their intensity. Secrets lose power when they are acknowledged, even privately. Over time, writing worries into tomorrow builds trust in yourself. You learn that concerns handled with structure feel lighter than concerns left to drift. You become less afraid of your thoughts because you know how to manage them. The mind stops treating every worry as an emergency. The Stoics valued preparation over avoidance. They did not ignore difficulties, they organized them. By doing so, they prevented fear from spilling into the night. Sleep became possible because nothing important was being neglected. It was simply waiting for the right time. When you close the notebook or set the paper aside, it symbolizes a boundary. The day's thinking is finished. The rest of the night belongs to restoration. You are no longer responsible for solving life in the dark. As this habit deepens, nights feel cleaner, quieter. Worries no longer roam freely through your mind. They have a place, a time, a plan. Your attention returns to the present, where nothing is required of you. This is how the Stoics protected their peace before sleep. They did not try to empty the mind completely. They gave it reassurance. Tomorrow will come, and when it does, you will meet it prepared. Until then, you are allowed to rest. In that permission, the body softens, the breath steadies, and the mind releases its grip on unfinished concerns. Sleep arrives not as an escape from worry, but as a natural result of knowing that nothing has been forgotten, only postponed until the light returns. When worries have been placed into tomorrow and the mind no longer fears forgetting something important, A quieter emotion sometimes rises from underneath. Shame. Not loud like anxiety, not sharp like anger, but heavy and persistent. It comes from memories of who you were at your worst, moments you wish you could erase, times you acted out of fear, weakness, or confusion. Shame tells you that mistakes were not just actions, but proof that something is wrong with you. And when that feeling lingers, it follows you into sleep like a shadow that refuses to stay behind. The Stoics believe that shame becomes destructive when it turns into identity instead of guidance. Regret can teach you, guilt can correct you, but shame freezes you in the past. It convinces you that growth is impossible because it ties your worth to moments that no longer exist. Forgiving yourself before sleep is not about pretending nothing happened. It is about refusing to let old versions of you control the person you are becoming. Self-forgiveness begins with recognizing that you acted with the awareness you had at the time. People rarely choose harm intentionally. They react from fear, insecurity, exhaustion, or misunderstanding. When you judge your past actions using the clarity you gained afterward, you create an unfair comparison. The Stoics encouraged fairness toward oneself, acknowledging that wisdom develops gradually. You cannot expect yesterday's self to have today's understanding. There is also relief in separating behavior from identity. A mistake is something you did, not something you are. When you merge the two, every memory becomes a threat to your self-image. But when you see mistakes as events rather than definitions, they lose their ability to haunt you. Growth becomes visible because you can measure how far you have come instead of how far you once fell. Another part of forgiveness is taking responsibility without punishment. You acknowledge what happened, learn from it, and then release the need to replay it. Punishing yourself repeatedly does not repair the past. It only drains the energy needed to live differently now. The Stoics valued improvement over self-condemnation. They believed the best apology for yesterday is better behavior today. Compassion toward yourself is not weakness, it is stability. When you treat yourself with harshness, the nervous system stays tense, as if under constant threat. When you offer understanding, the body relaxes because it no longer feels attacked from within. This shift allows sleep to arrive without resistance. Forgiveness also requires letting go of imagined judgment from others. Many people replay their mistakes because they assume everyone else is still thinking about them. In reality, most people are focused on their own lives. Releasing the belief that you are permanently defined by your worst moment frees you from carrying unnecessary weight. A helpful practice is speaking to yourself the way you would speak to someone you love. If a friend came to you with the same regret, you would likely offer reassurance, perspective, and hope. Offering that same kindness inward breaks the cycle of self-criticism. You become your own source of calm instead of your own source of pressure. The Stoics also emphasize that life is a continuous process of correction. No one wakes up complete. Each day is an opportunity to refine character, adjust behavior, and move closer to integrity. When you accept this, you stop demanding immediate transformation. You allow yourself to grow at a human pace. Forgiving yourself before sleep is also an act of trust in the future. You trust that you will continue learning, continue improving, continue becoming more aligned with your values. This trust dissolves the fear that you are stuck in the past. It reminds you that time is not only something that moves forward, it is something that carries you forward. Physically, forgiveness softens the body. The chest loosens, the jaw unclenches, the breath deepens. These signals tell the brain that danger has passed. The past is no longer chasing you. You are safe in the present moment. Over time, this practice changes how memories feel. They lose their sharpness and become quieter, like stories that taught you something important. Instead of triggering pain, they become reminders of resilience and growth. The Stoics ended their days with reconciliation, not perfection. They understood that peace does not come from never failing, but from knowing you can face yourself honestly without turning away. When you lie down after forgiving yourself, there is nothing left to hide from, nothing left to defend against. Sleep becomes gentle because the mind is no longer carrying the weight of self-rejection. You rest as someone who is learning, not someone who is broken. And in that acceptance, shame loses its path into the night, leaving you free to wake with a lighter heart and a steadier sense of who you are becoming. When forgiveness begins to soften the weight of shame, one final habit often stands between you and true rest: the quiet act of judging yourself. Not always with harsh words, sometimes just with a subtle sense that you should have been better, stronger, more disciplined, more composed. Self-judgment slips in so quietly that it feels normal, almost responsible, as if criticizing yourself is the price of improvement. But at night, it becomes a restless energy that keeps the mind awake, searching for flaws to correct before morning arrives. The Stoics saw self-judgment as unnecessary suffering. They believed reflection should lead to clarity, not condemnation. There is a difference between learning from your actions and attacking your character. When the mind crosses that line, growth stops and rumination begins. Instead of preparing for tomorrow, you become trapped in a courtroom where you are both the accused and the judge, replaying evidence that can no longer be changed. Ending the day without self-judgment begins with shifting from evaluation to observation. You look at the day as it was, not as you wish it had been. You notice what happened, how you responded, what you felt, without labeling it as success or failure. This neutral awareness removes emotional charge. The day becomes information instead of a verdict. Marcus Aurelius practiced this form of reflection. He reminded himself that people act according to their understanding at the time, including himself. When you see behavior as part of an ongoing learning process, you stop expecting instant mastery. You allow room for mistakes without turning them into proof of inadequacy. Another part of this habit is recognizing that self-judgment often comes from unrealistic standards. Many people hold themselves to a level of composure or productivity that no human could sustain. When those standards are not met, disappointment turns inward. The Stoics countered this by focusing on intention rather than perfection. If your intention was honest and your effort sincere, the day holds value regardless of outcome. Self-judgment also keeps the nervous system alert. Criticism feels like threat, even when it comes from within. The body tightens, breathing becomes shallow, the mind scans for more evidence of failure. By replacing judgment with understanding, you signal safety to your system. This allows relaxation to occur naturally instead of being forced. Compassion toward yourself does not remove responsibility. It creates a stable foundation for change. When you approach your behavior with curiosity instead of blame, you become more willing to improve because you are not defending against attack. Growth thrives in an atmosphere of patience. There is also relief in remembering that one day does not define your life. Progress is measured across time, not within a single set of hours. A difficult day does not erase previous effort, just as a successful day does not guarantee the next. Accepting this fluidity removes the pressure to extract meaning from every moment. Another Stoic insight is that judgment wastes energy that could be used for recovery. Night is meant to restore your capacity, not drain it further. By choosing neutrality, you conserve strength for tomorrow's challenges. You stop fighting yourself and start supporting yourself. A simple practice is to close the day with acknowledgement rather than analysis. You quietly note that the day is finished, that you showed up as best you could, that whatever remains will be addressed later. This creates a sense of closure that judgment cannot provide. Over time, this habit reshapes your relationship with yourself. You become less afraid of your own thoughts because they are no longer hostile. The mind becomes a place of reflection instead of accusation. This internal peace carries into sleep, allowing deeper rest. The Stoics valued equanimity, a steady mind that does not swing between pride and self-criticism. By ending the day without judgment, they preserved that steadiness. They understood that calm reflection prepares you for growth, while harsh evaluation traps you in the past. When you lie down after releasing judgment, there is nothing left to defend against. You are not preparing arguments, not rewriting the day, not bracing for another round of criticism. You are simply present, breathing, allowing the mind to settle into quiet. Sleep arrives more easily because the inner conflict has ended. The day has been witnessed, not prosecuted, and in that gentle acceptance, you drift into rest not as someone who must become perfect overnight, but as someone who is already enough to begin again in the morning. When self-judgment fades, another memory often tries to take its place. The moments you call failures. Not just mistakes, but events that feel heavier. Situations where effort did not lead to the result you hoped for. The mind revisits them at night as if searching for a different ending. It asks what you could have done differently, how things slipped away, why it mattered so much. Failure feels unfinished because the outcome did not match the expectation, and the gap between those two becomes a source of restlessness. The Stoics approached failure in a way that removed its sting. They did not see it as evidence of inadequacy, but as completed experience. Once something has happened, it belongs to the past and carries a lesson that cannot be gained any other way. Treating failure as finished rather than ongoing prevents the mind from reliving it repeatedly. The event becomes something you carry wisdom from, not something you carry pain from. Reframing failure begins with acknowledging that outcomes are influenced by factors beyond your control. Effort, preparation, and intention belong to you, but circumstances, timing, and other people's choices do not. When you separate these elements, the narrative shifts. You did not fail as a person. You encountered conditions that did not align with your plan. This perspective restores dignity because it recognizes the limits of control without denying responsibility. Another part of this shift is recognizing what the experience gave you. Every difficult outcome leaves behind something: resilience, insight, humility, patience, clarity about what truly matters. These qualities often remain invisible when you focus only on what was lost. By identifying what was gained, you transform the memory from a wound into a resource. The Stoics also believed that failure strengthens adaptability. When life unfolds differently than expected, it forces you to develop skills you would never practice in comfort. You learn to adjust, to improvise, to continue moving without certainty. This flexibility becomes a quiet form of power. At night, remembering that you have already navigated disruption reduces fear of future challenges. There is also freedom in understanding that failure is not a permanent state. It is a moment within a larger story. When you look back at your life, many things that once felt catastrophic now appear as turning points. Time reveals that some endings create space for directions you could not have imagined. Accepting this possibility loosens the grip of regret. Another Stoic insight is that value lies in the process of trying, not only in achieving. A life spent avoiding failure becomes narrow and fragile. A life that includes risk and effort becomes rich with experience. When you honor the courage it took to attempt something, you stop dismissing yourself for not succeeding immediately. Before sleep, reframing failure as completed experience also removes the urgency to fix it right away. Some outcomes cannot be repaired overnight. They require patience, perspective, and renewed energy. By allowing the experience to rest, you give yourself the space needed to return with clarity rather than desperation. Forgiveness toward circumstances plays a role here too. Sometimes failure involves disappointment with life itself, things that feel unfair or undeserved. Accepting that life does not distribute outcomes evenly reduces the bitterness that keeps the mind awake. You stop asking why it happened and start focusing on how you will move forward. Physically, releasing failure lightens the body. The tension held in the chest, shoulders, and jaw begins to ease. The nervous system no longer feels like it must replay the event to protect you from repeating it. The lesson has been learned. The alarm can turn off. Over time, this habit changes how you approach challenges. You become less afraid to try because you trust your ability to integrate whatever happens. Success and failure stop feeling like opposites and start feeling like parts of the same process. This steadiness creates confidence that does not depend on constant victory. The Stoics slept peacefully because they closed the day without unfinished emotional business. They did not drag failure into the night as a burden. They set it down as something completed, something that had already given what it came to give. When you lie down after reframing your setbacks this way, the mind stops searching for alternate timelines. It rests in the reality that nothing more needs to be extracted from the experience tonight. You are free to recover, to rebuild strength, to wake ready to continue. Sleep then becomes a place where the past settles instead of resurfaces. And in that quiet acceptance, failure loses its ability to follow you into the dark, leaving behind only the wisdom that will guide you forward when morning arrives. When failure is finally seen as a finished chapter rather than an open wound, the mind often reveals one last habit that keeps it restless: the need for life to unfold a certain way. Even after accepting what happened, there can still be a quiet negotiation happening inside. You replay scenarios, adjust expectations, bargain with the future, as if thinking hard enough could shape events before they arrive. The mind keeps whispering, "If this goes right tomorrow, then I'll be calm. If this works out, then I'll finally relax." Peace becomes conditional, tied to outcomes that have not yet happened. The Stoics recognize this pattern as a subtle form of attachment. When your emotional stability depends on specific results, your mind cannot rest because it is waiting for confirmation that everything will be okay. It scans for signs, rehearses possibilities, and resists uncertainty. Letting go of outcomes does not mean losing ambition or direction. It means releasing the belief that your peace must be earned through success. The practice begins with separating intention from expectation. You can intend to do your best, to act wisely, to pursue what matters, but expectations about how life must respond are outside your control. When you hold both tightly, tension grows. When you hold intention firmly and expectation lightly, the mind relaxes. You trust the process without demanding guarantees. Another part of letting go is recognizing that reality is not something to negotiate with. It unfolds according to countless variables beyond any single person's influence. Resisting this truth creates constant friction. Acceptance removes that friction. You stop arguing with what is and start aligning with it. This alignment conserves energy that would otherwise be spent on frustration. The Stoics also practiced focusing on actions rather than results. Action belongs to the present moment. Results belong to time. When your attention stays with what you can do now, the future loses its ability to dominate your thoughts. At night, this shift is especially powerful. There is nothing left to do in that moment, so there is nothing left to worry about. Tomorrow will bring action. Tonight brings rest. Letting go of outcomes also softens fear of disappointment. Many people cling to specific results because they are afraid of what it will mean if things go differently. They worry about losing status, stability, or identity. But when you remind yourself that your worth does not depend on external validation, disappointment becomes survivable rather than devastating. You realize you will still be yourself regardless of how events unfold. There is freedom in allowing life to surprise you. When expectations loosen, you become open to paths you did not plan. Some of the most meaningful experiences come from directions you never anticipated. By releasing the need for control, you create space for possibilities that rigid thinking would block. Physically, this practice quiets the nervous system. When the mind stops scanning for signs of success or failure, the body no longer feels like it must stay alert. Muscles release, breathing slows, and the sense of urgency fades. Calm is not something you impose. It arises naturally when the internal struggle ends. Another Stoic insight is that outcomes often matter less than the character built while pursuing them. Discipline, patience, courage, resilience. These qualities remain regardless of external results. When you focus on who you are becoming rather than what you are achieving, you gain a stability that circumstances cannot shake. Letting go also means trusting time. Not everything resolves immediately, and not everything needs to. Some questions answer themselves through experience. Some concerns fade as new priorities emerge. By allowing time to do its work, you remove pressure from the present moment. Over time, this mindset transforms how you approach uncertainty. Instead of fearing it, you see it as the natural state of life. You stop waiting for perfect conditions to feel at peace. Peace becomes something you carry into whatever conditions arise. The Stoics ended their days by releasing the need for life to obey their plans. They understood that control is limited, but response is unlimited. By focusing on their ability to meet whatever came, they freed themselves from the anxiety of needing outcomes to unfold perfectly. When you lie down after letting go of these mental negotiations, the mind stops rehearsing arguments with the future. There is nothing left to bargain for, nothing left to demand. You are simply present, supported by the quiet, allowing the night to hold you without conditions. Sleep deepens, because peace is no longer postponed. It is here, independent of success or failure, independent of tomorrow's results. And in that unconditional calm, you drift into rest as someone who trusts life enough to release it, knowing that whatever comes will meet a mind that is steady, clear, and unshakable. When the need to control outcomes finally loosens, the mind often makes one last attempt to regain authority in the quiet hours. It starts trying to fix everything. Midnight becomes a strange workshop where problems from every corner of life are dragged in for urgent repair. You rethink decisions, redesign plans, rehearse future conversations, analyze relationships, question your direction, and attempt to solve questions that have no clear answers. It feels productive, almost noble, as if staying awake proves how much you care. But beneath that effort is exhaustion, and beneath the exhaustion is fear that if you stop fixing, things will fall apart. The Stoics saw this habit as misplaced courage. It takes bravery to act during the day, but it takes a different kind of bravery to stop acting when action is no longer useful. Night is not a time for construction, it is a time for restoration. Trying to repair life while depleted is like attempting to navigate a storm with no visibility. The mind becomes reactive instead of wise, dramatic instead of clear. Stopping the midnight fixing begins with recognizing that clarity requires energy. Decisions made in fatigue often amplify problems rather than resolve them. The brain's ability to reason, regulate emotion, and maintain perspective weakens as exhaustion deepens. What feels like urgent insight at night often looks distorted in the morning. The Stoics trusted daylight judgment more than nighttime rumination because they understood how easily perception shifts with energy levels. There is also courage in accepting that not everything can be solved at once. Many issues unfold gradually, revealing their shape over time. Forcing resolution too early creates tension because reality has not yet provided enough information. When you allow problems to breathe, you give yourself the chance to respond instead of react. Another hidden layer of midnight fixing is the desire to escape discomfort. Solving problems feels better than sitting with uncertainty, so the mind keeps working to avoid stillness. But stillness is where recovery happens. When you resist it, you deprive yourself of the very strength needed to face challenges effectively. The Stoics practiced patience as a form of strength. They reminded themselves that endurance is not passive, it is controlled restraint. Choosing not to act can be as powerful as taking action. At night, restraint means allowing the day's unfinished matters to remain unfinished until you are prepared to meet them with a clear mind. Physical stillness supports this process. When the body stops pacing, adjusting, and fidgeting, it signals that urgency is no longer required. Slow breathing, relaxed muscles, and steady posture tell the nervous system that it can shift from problem-solving mode to repair mode. The body cannot restore itself while it believes it must stay alert. Trust also plays a role. You trust that tomorrow will provide the time, energy, and perspective needed to handle what feels overwhelming now. You trust that solutions often appear after rest, not before it. This trust quiets the fear that stopping means neglect. Stopping the urge to fix everything also frees you from the illusion that you alone must hold your life together. Life has always moved through uncertainty. You have adapted before, often without realizing it. Remembering this reduces the pressure to control every detail. Over time, this practice builds resilience. You become less reactive to stress because you are no longer draining your reserves at night. Instead of waking exhausted and discouraged, you wake prepared. Problems feel smaller when you meet them with a rested mind. The Stoics valued this discipline because they knew that strength is not constant activity. It is knowing when to pause. By refusing to fight battles that cannot be won in the dark, they preserved their ability to engage fully when it mattered. When you lie down after releasing the need to fix life at midnight, the mind gradually accepts that nothing more is required. There is no emergency to solve, no decision to finalize, no future to force into shape. You are allowed to exist without repairing anything. In that permission, tension dissolves, thoughts slow. The nervous system recognizes safety. Sleep arrives not as a surrender to weakness, but as a return to balance. And in that deep rest, you gather the strength that makes tomorrow's challenges feel manageable instead of overwhelming. This is the quiet courage the Stoics practiced. The courage to trust that life does not need constant fixing, only steady presence. When you carry that courage into the night, you wake with a clarity that frantic effort could never produce, grounded in the calm confidence of someone who knows when to act and when to let the darkness do its work. When the urge to fix everything finally settles, the mind sometimes reaches for one last place to anchor itself: your identity. It begins measuring who you are by what happened today. If things went well, you feel capable and secure. If they didn't, doubt creeps in, whispering that the outcome says something permanent about you. This quiet merging of identity with daily results is one of the deepest sources of restlessness. It makes every day feel like a verdict on your worth, and every night feel like a review of whether you passed or failed. The Stoics warned against this because it places your stability in the hands of circumstances that change constantly. Results are influenced by timing, other people, luck, and countless factors beyond your reach. If your identity depends on them, your sense of self becomes fragile. One difficult day can shake you, not because of what happened, but because of what you believe it means. Detaching your identity from today's results begins with remembering what truly defines you. Not outcomes, not praise, not mistakes, but your character, the intentions you hold, the effort you give, the way you treat others, the values you refuse to abandon even when it would be easier. These qualities remain stable even when results fluctuate. When you root your identity in them, external events lose their power to define you. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself that a person's worth lies in how they respond to events, not in the events themselves. Success does not make you superior, and failure does not make you inadequate. Both are temporary conditions passing through your life. When you see them this way, you stop clinging to success for validation and stop fearing failure as proof of weakness. Another part of detachment is recognizing that growth is invisible day to day. You are changing gradually, often in ways you cannot measure immediately. Skills develop slowly, resilience builds quietly, perspective deepens through experience. Judging yourself based on a single day ignores the long process that shapes who you are becoming. There is also freedom in separating performance from identity. You can perform poorly at something without being a failure as a person. You can succeed without becoming your success. This distinction prevents emotional swings that leave you exhausted. Stability comes from knowing that your value is not fluctuating with each result. The Stoics also believe that attachment to outcomes creates fear of trying. When success becomes part of your identity, you avoid risks that might threaten it. But when identity is independent of results, you become more willing to act, explore, and learn. Courage increases because failure no longer feels like a personal collapse. At night, this detachment quiets the mind. You are not replaying the day to defend your worth or justify your performance. You accept that today was simply one expression of your journey, not a final statement about who you are. The pressure to prove yourself dissolves, leaving space for rest. Another helpful perspective is remembering that people are far more complex than any single role or achievement. You are not just your work, your productivity, or your goals. You are also your relationships, your curiosity, your kindness, your inner life. When you widen your sense of self, results become only one small part of a much larger picture. Physically, this shift reduces tension. The body no longer feels like it must stay alert to protect your image or status. Muscles soften, breathing steadies, and the nervous system moves out of defensive mode. You are safe because your identity is not under threat. Over time, detaching from results builds deep confidence. Not the loud confidence of constant success, but the quiet assurance that you will remain steady regardless of what happens. This steadiness is what allows you to face challenges without losing yourself. The Stoics ended their days by returning to this core understanding. You are not your victories, and you are not your defeats. You are the person who meets both with integrity. When you carry that awareness into sleep, there is nothing left to defend, nothing left to prove. You rest as yourself, not as a collection of outcomes. The day releases its grip because it no longer defines you. Tomorrow becomes a new opportunity rather than a continuation of judgment. In that freedom, sleep deepens. You drift into the night without carrying the weight of performance, grounded in the calm certainty that who you are cannot be reduced to what happened in a single set of hours. And when morning arrives, you rise not as someone trying to recover lost worth, but as someone who was never diminished to begin with. When your identity is no longer tangled in the outcomes of a single day, sleep begins to feel different. It stops being something you collapse into out of exhaustion and starts becoming something you approach with intention. Many people treat sleep as an escape hatch, a way to shut off the mind, to disappear from stress, to avoid what feels overwhelming. But when sleep is used only as escape, it carries the same tension into the night. The body rests, yet the mind remains guarded, as if problems are waiting outside the door. The Stoics saw sleep as something far more deliberate. To them, it was strategic recovery, a necessary pause that restores clarity, discipline, and emotional balance. Just as a warrior does not view rest as weakness, but as preparation for the next day's battle, they did not see sleep as avoidance. They saw it as maintenance of the mind and character. This perspective removes guilt from resting. Many people lie down feeling that they should still be working, solving, or improving something. That quiet pressure prevents true relaxation because the mind believes it is abandoning responsibility. The Stoic approach reframes sleep as part of responsibility itself. By resting deeply, you protect your ability to think clearly, act wisely, and respond calmly tomorrow. Strategic recovery also means recognizing that the mind cannot sustain constant effort without consequences. Exhaustion distorts perception. Small problems feel larger, patience shortens, emotions intensify. Decisions made in this state often lead to regret. Sleep restores the balance needed to see situations accurately. It sharpens judgment and steadies reactions. Another aspect is emotional repair. During the day, you absorb tension from interactions, expectations, and unexpected events. Without recovery, that tension accumulates, making each day heavier than the last. Sleep allows the nervous system to reset, releasing stress hormones and stabilizing mood. This is not passive rest, it is active recalibration happening beneath awareness. The Stoics also understood that discipline includes knowing when to stop. Endless effort without recovery leads to burnout, not strength. True resilience comes from cycles of action and restoration. By honoring sleep, you respect the limits of the body and mind instead of forcing them beyond what is sustainable. Treating sleep as strategic recovery changes how you prepare for it. You close the day intentionally, release unfinished thoughts, and create conditions that support calm. You do not carry urgency into bed because recovery requires safety. The mind must believe that nothing immediate demands action. There is also trust involved. You trust that stepping away for the night will not cause everything to unravel. Life will continue unfolding whether you stay awake worrying or not. Recognizing this frees you from the illusion that constant vigilance is necessary. Another Stoic insight is that recovery is what allows progress to accumulate. Each day you return with renewed energy, able to apply lessons learned instead of repeating mistakes caused by fatigue. Over time, this consistency creates stability that frantic effort alone cannot achieve. Physically, approaching sleep this way changes the body's response. Instead of collapsing into bed tense and restless, you lie down with a sense of completion. Muscles release because they know the work is finished. Breathing slows because there is no threat to monitor. The body prepares for repair instead of bracing for interruption. Emotionally, this mindset reduces fear of the next day. You are not running from tomorrow, you are preparing for it. Sleep becomes an ally rather than a refuge. It strengthens you instead of hiding you. Over time, this habit reshapes your relationship with effort itself. You become more effective during the day because you are not operating from depletion. Challenges feel manageable because your reserves are full. Confidence grows quietly from knowing you have the strength to face what comes. The Stoics valued this approach because they sought steadiness above all. Strategic recovery ensured that their reactions remained measured, their judgment clear, and their character intact. They did not waste energy fighting battles they could prepare for instead. When you lie down with this understanding, sleep feels purposeful. You are not escaping life, you are restoring your capacity to live it well. The night becomes a workshop where strength is rebuilt, clarity returns, and the mind resets to its natural balance. In that calm awareness, you drift into deep rest without resistance. The darkness is no longer something to hide in, but something that quietly rebuilds you. And when morning arrives, you rise not as someone who survived the day before, but as someone renewed, steady, clear, and ready to move forward without the weight that once followed you into the night. When sleep becomes a form of preparation rather than escape, the mind is finally ready to experience a deeper kind of calm, one that does not depend on silence, comfort, or perfect conditions. The Stoics believed that true peace comes from building a place inside yourself that remains steady no matter what happens outside. They called this the internal citadel, a private space of strength and clarity that cannot be invaded by chaos, criticism, or uncertainty. It is not a physical location, but a state of mind you can return to whenever the world feels overwhelming. At night, this idea becomes especially powerful. Darkness can amplify vulnerability, making worries feel larger and the future feel closer than it is. The internal citadel counters this by reminding you that safety is not something you must search for externally. It already exists within you, shaped by your values, your resilience, and your ability to observe thoughts without being controlled by them. The visualization begins by quietly withdrawing attention from external noise. You allow the day's events to fade into the background, not by pushing them away, but by letting them settle. As your focus turns inward, you picture a place that represents stability. Strong walls, calm air, steady ground beneath your feet. This place does not react to storms outside it. It remains unchanged, anchored in something deeper than circumstance. The purpose of this image is not fantasy, but perspective. It reminds you that there is a part of you untouched by daily fluctuations. Even when emotions rise or situations become difficult, this inner center remains intact. Returning to it reduces the sense of being overwhelmed because you no longer feel exposed to every passing disturbance. Another aspect of the internal citadel is control over what enters your mind. Just as a fortress has gates, your awareness has boundaries. Not every thought deserves access. Not every worry needs attention. By observing thoughts as visitors rather than commands, you regain authority over your inner world. You decide what stays and what passes through. The Stoics practiced this to maintain emotional independence. Praise and criticism, success and failure, comfort and discomfort. These could not penetrate the inner citadel unless allowed. At night, this independence prevents the mind from being pulled into endless reactions. You rest in a place that does not need to defend itself. Breathing naturally deepens as you settle into this visualization. The body senses stability and begins to mirror it. Heart rate slows, muscles release, and the nervous system shifts toward restoration. Calm is no longer something you chase. It becomes the atmosphere of this inner space. There is also reassurance in knowing that this refuge is always available. You do not have to wait for circumstances to improve to feel safe. You carry safety with you. This realization reduces anxiety about the future because you trust your ability to remain steady regardless of what comes. Over time, the internal citadel becomes less of an image and more of a feeling, a quiet confidence that you can return to yourself whenever needed. External events still happen, emotions still arise, but they no longer dictate your state of mind. You respond instead of react. This practice also strengthens resilience. When challenges appear, you face them from a place of calm rather than fear. Decisions become clearer because they are not clouded by panic. Relationships improve because you are not easily shaken by tension or misunderstanding. The Stoics valued this inner strength because it allowed them to live fully without being controlled by circumstances. They could engage with the world while remaining grounded in something unchanging. At night, this grounding prepares the mind for deep, uninterrupted rest. When you lie down after returning to your internal citadel, there is no need to guard against thoughts or emotions. You are already in a place where nothing can harm you. The mind loosens its vigilance because it trusts this stability. Sleep then arrives gently, not as an escape from the world, but as a continuation of this calm. The night becomes quiet, not only outside, but inside as well. And when morning comes, you wake carrying that same steadiness with you, ready to step back into life without losing the peace you cultivated in the darkness. This is the gift of the internal citadel, a calm that does not depend on silence, a strength that does not require struggle, and a refuge that travels with you wherever you go, allowing you to rest deeply and rise unshakable. When the internal citadel begins to feel real instead of imagined, a deeper realization follows. Peace is not only a thought, it is a physical state. You can understand calm intellectually and still feel restless in your body. The Stoics knew that philosophy must reach beyond the mind and shape the nervous system itself. Otherwise, wisdom remains an idea, while emotions continue to dominate reactions. Training your nervous system to follow philosophy means teaching your body that it is safe to respond with steadiness even when feelings surge. Most people live in the opposite pattern. Emotion arises first, the body reacts instantly, and only afterward does the mind try to regain control. Heart rate increases, muscles tighten, breathing shortens, and the brain scans for threats. This chain reaction happens automatically because it was designed to protect you. But in modern life, the same system reacts to stress, memories, and imagined problems as if they were physical danger. At night, this makes it difficult to rest because the body believes vigilance is necessary. The Stoics practiced interrupting this cycle. They trained themselves to pause between stimulus and response, allowing reason to guide action. Over time, this pause became a reflex. Instead of being swept away by emotion, they returned to principles they had chosen consciously: patience, perspective, restraint, acceptance. The nervous system gradually learned that calm was not weakness, but stability. One of the most effective ways to reinforce this is through controlled breathing. Slow, steady breaths send signals to the brain that danger has passed. This reduces stress hormones and activates the part of the nervous system responsible for rest and recovery. It is a direct way to align the body with the philosophy of calm. When practiced regularly, it becomes easier to return to this state automatically. Another element is posture. The body communicates with the mind continuously. When you collapse inward, tension increases. When you sit or lie down with openness and stillness, the brain interprets it as safety. The Stoics valued physical composure because it supported mental composure. A steady body encourages a steady mind. Exposure to mild discomfort also builds resilience. When you deliberately face small challenges without panic, cold air, silence, solitude, uncertainty, the nervous system learns that discomfort does not equal danger. This reduces overreaction to stress. By the time night arrives, the body is less likely to treat ordinary thoughts as emergencies. Training the nervous system also involves repetition. Calm responses practiced daily become the default. Each time you choose patience over irritation, acceptance over resistance, clarity over panic, you strengthen the pathway that leads to stability. Philosophy becomes embodied, not just understood. The Stoics believed that emotions are natural but not authoritative. They arise, but they do not have to dictate behavior. When the body learns this, emotional waves lose their ability to overwhelm. You can feel deeply without being destabilized. At night, this training shows its value. Instead of reacting to racing thoughts with tension, your body remains composed. Instead of escalating anxiety, your breathing slows. The mind senses this physical calm and follows it. Sleep becomes easier because the nervous system is no longer amplifying every signal. Another benefit is confidence in your ability to handle stress. Knowing that your body will not betray you with panic reduces fear of future challenges. You trust your capacity to remain grounded, which removes the anticipation that often fuels anxiety. Over time, philosophy becomes instinct. You do not have to remind yourself to be calm. Calm emerges naturally. The principles you practice during the day carry into the night without effort. This continuity creates a stable inner environment where rest can happen deeply. The Stoics valued this integration because it made their peace durable. It did not depend on favorable conditions or constant vigilance. It was built into their responses, shaping how they moved through the world. When you lie down after training your nervous system this way, there is no battle between mind and body. Both move towards stillness together. Thoughts soften because the body is not pushing them into urgency. Breathing deepens, muscles release, and awareness drifts gently inward. Sleep arrives as a natural extension of the discipline you practiced while awake. You are not forcing calm, you are following a pattern your system now recognizes as safe. And in that quiet alignment, you sink into rest that restores not only energy, but also trust in your ability to remain steady, clear, and unshakable no matter what tomorrow brings. When the nervous system begins to follow reason instead of raw emotion, a quieter but more persistent force often steps forward. The ego. Not the loud arrogance people usually imagine, but the protective voice that believes it must stay alert at all times to prevent harm. It scans conversations for hidden meaning, replays moments to defend your image, anticipates criticism, and prepares responses to threats that may never appear. At night, when everything is silent, this vigilance becomes louder because there are no distractions to dilute it. The Stoics understood that the ego's constant watchfulness is rooted in fear of losing control, status, or safety. It believes that if it relaxes, something will slip through unnoticed. But this endless guarding exhausts the mind and prevents deep rest. Quieting the ego does not mean destroying it. It means reassuring it that not every moment requires defense. One of the first steps is recognizing that most threats the ego monitors are imagined rather than real. It treats uncertainty as danger, assuming that if you are not prepared for every possibility, you will be caught off guard. When you gently question these assumptions, the intensity softens. You remind yourself that vigilance is useful during action, not during recovery. The Stoics practiced humility as a stabilizing force. They accepted that they could not control how others perceived them, and that reputation, praise, and criticism are external. When you stop trying to manage everyone's opinion, the ego loses one of its main reasons to stay alert. You no longer feel responsible for defending an image every moment. Another calming shift is returning attention to what is actually happening now. The ego thrives on past conflicts and future scenarios because they provide material for self-protection. The present moment rarely contains the danger it anticipates. By focusing on your breath, your surroundings, or physical sensations, you anchor yourself in reality instead of speculation. There is also relief in accepting vulnerability as part of being human. The ego resists vulnerability because it equates it with weakness. But the Stoics viewed vulnerability as neutral, a condition of existence, not a flaw. Recognizing this removes the pressure to appear invincible. You do not have to monitor every detail of your life to prove strength. Forgiveness toward yourself and others also quiets the ego. Resentment fuels vigilance because it keeps old conflicts alive. When you release the need to settle scores or replay arguments, the ego no longer has unfinished business to guard against. Peace replaces tension. Physical relaxation supports this process. The ego is closely tied to bodily tension, tight shoulders, clenched jaw, shallow breathing. As the body softens, the sense of threat decreases. The nervous system signals that it is safe to stand down, and the mind follows. The Stoics also valued perspective. They reminded themselves how small individual events are within the vast flow of life. This does not diminish your experiences, it places them in context. When you see that most concerns will fade with time, urgency dissolves. The ego stops treating every issue as a defining moment. Another important element is trust. Trust in your ability to respond when necessary. Trust that you have survived difficulties before. Trust that not every outcome must be controlled in advance. This confidence reduces the need for constant surveillance. Over time, quieting the ego transforms how you experience silence. Instead of feeling exposed, you feel supported by stillness. The mind no longer fills the quiet with defensive thoughts because it understands that nothing requires immediate attention. The Stoics cultivated this calm because it allowed them to sleep without carrying armor into the night. They understood that strength includes knowing when to set down protection. Rest is not vulnerability. It is preparation. When you lie down after easing the ego's grip, there is no inner guard pacing the walls. Thoughts slow, awareness softens, and the sense of being watched or judged fades. You exist without needing to justify yourself. Sleep deepens because nothing inside you is trying to stay on duty. The night becomes a place where defenses are lowered, not because danger is ignored, but because it is not present. And in that quiet surrender, you drift into rest as someone who no longer needs to monitor every shadow, waking later with a clarity that comes from a mind that finally trusted itself enough to be still. When the ego finally loosens its grip and stops scanning the darkness for threats, what often remains is a quieter discomfort, uncertainty itself. Not loud, not dramatic, but persistent. It sits in the background as unanswered questions about tomorrow, about outcomes you cannot predict, about paths that have not yet revealed themselves. The mind wants clarity before it rests. It wants guarantees, reassurance that nothing unexpected will happen while you sleep. And when those guarantees don't exist, it keeps turning, searching for certainty in a future that hasn't arrived. The Stoics understood that uncertainty is not a problem to solve, but a condition to accept. Life has never offered permanent guarantees, only probabilities. Trying to eliminate uncertainty is like trying to control the weather, exhausting and ultimately impossible. Making peace with it begins with recognizing that stability does not come from knowing what will happen, but from trusting your ability to face whatever does. This shift removes the pressure to predict everything. You stop rehearsing scenarios as if preparation could prevent surprise. Preparation becomes internal rather than external. Instead of controlling events, you strengthen your character, your patience, your clarity, your resilience. These qualities remain useful regardless of how circumstances unfold. Another part of this piece is understanding that uncertainty often contains opportunity as well as risk. The same unknown that could bring difficulty could also bring unexpected growth, connection, or direction. When you view uncertainty as open space rather than looming danger, fear softens. Curiosity replaces dread. The Stoics also practiced focusing on what is stable in the present moment. While the future is undefined, the present is tangible. Your breath, the quiet of the room, the support beneath you. These are real and available. Anchoring attention here reminds the mind that safety exists now, even if tomorrow is unclear. Acceptance plays a central role. Acceptance is not resignation. It is clarity about what cannot be changed tonight. You acknowledge that some answers will only arrive with time and experience. By releasing the need for immediate resolution, you allow the mind to rest instead of straining towards certainty. There is also comfort in remembering that uncertainty has always been part of your life. Many situations that once felt unpredictable eventually resolved themselves, often in ways you could not have anticipated. This memory builds trust that you can navigate the unknown again. Another Stoic insight is that anxiety about uncertainty often comes from attachment to specific outcomes. When you loosen that attachment, uncertainty loses its sharp edge. You become open to multiple possibilities instead of fearing deviation from a single plan. Physically, making peace with uncertainty relaxes the body. The tension created by trying to foresee everything releases. Breathing deepens, heart rate steadies, and the sense of urgency fades. The nervous system no longer feels compelled to stay alert for imagined dangers. Over time, this acceptance transforms how you approach life itself. Instead of resisting change, you flow with it. Instead of fearing the unknown, you meet it with composure. Confidence grows from knowing that stability comes from within, not from predictable circumstances. The Stoics valued this calm because it freed them from constant worry. They did not wait for certainty to feel peaceful. They cultivated peace first, allowing them to respond wisely no matter what occurred. When you lie down after embracing uncertainty this way, the mind stops demanding answers. There is nothing left to solve tonight, nothing left to anticipate. You rest in the quiet awareness that whatever tomorrow brings will meet a version of you that is steady and prepared. Sleep deepens because the future is no longer pulling you forward. You remain anchored in the present, supported by acceptance instead of strained by prediction. And in that stillness, uncertainty loses its ability to disturb the night, leaving you free to drift into rest and wake later with a calm that does not depend on knowing what comes next, only on trusting that you will meet it with strength and clarity. When uncertainty no longer feels like an enemy, the mind sometimes arrives at the deepest unknown of all, mortality. Not always as fear, sometimes as a quiet awareness that time is finite, that every day that passes is one less day ahead. At night, when distractions fall away, this awareness can surface with surprising clarity. It asks questions that daylight keeps buried. What if time runs out before I become who I'm meant to be? What if the things I care about slip away? What if everything I'm building is temporary? The Stoics did not avoid these thoughts. They moved toward them with calm honesty. To them, accepting mortality was not morbid. It was liberating. When you stop pretending that life is endless, you begin to see each day with sharper appreciation. The fear that keeps the mind restless transforms into perspective that quiets it. Accepting mortality removes the illusion that you must control everything. If life itself is limited, then perfection is not required. You are allowed to be human, to make mistakes, to move forward imperfectly. The pressure to solve every problem before sleep softens because you recognize that life is not a puzzle to complete, but an experience to live. There is also peace in realizing that mortality equalizes everyone. No one escapes it, no matter their success, power, or preparation. This shared condition dissolves the feeling of being singled out by fate. You are part of a natural cycle rather than an exception facing something unfair. The Stoics used this awareness to prioritize what truly matters. Petty concerns lose importance when seen against the backdrop of limited time. Arguments, grudges, and trivial worries begin to feel too small to carry into the night. What remains are relationships, values, and moments of meaning. Another calming shift comes from recognizing that fear of death often disguises fear of unfinished living. When you commit to living with intention, speaking honestly, acting kindly, pursuing what matters, regret diminishes. You no longer fear the end as much because you are not postponing your life. Acceptance of mortality also encourages gratitude. Every breath, every quiet moment, every chance to begin again becomes something precious rather than routine. Gratitude naturally relaxes the mind because it focuses attention on what is present instead of what might be lost. Physically, this perspective releases deep tension. The constant push to secure the future eases. The body senses that it does not need to stay in survival mode. Breathing becomes fuller, slower, grounded in the present rather than driven by fear. The Stoics believed that remembering mortality clarifies how to live, not how to fear. It reminds you that the purpose of rest is to support life, not to postpone it. Sleep becomes part of a rhythm that sustains your limited time rather than an escape from thinking about it. There is also comfort in viewing death as part of nature rather than an interruption of it. Just as night follows day, rest follows effort, endings follow beginnings. Seeing mortality within this natural pattern removes the sense of chaos. It becomes something woven into existence, not something outside it. Over time, this acceptance transforms anxiety into calm resolve. You stop clinging to time and start using it wisely. You stop postponing peace because you realize peace is available now. When you lie down with this understanding, the mind no longer races to outrun time. There is nothing to chase tonight. You are here, alive in this moment, supported by the quiet around you. That is enough. Sleep deepens because the fear of endings has softened into appreciation for presence. You rest not because life is guaranteed, but because it is not. And in that profound acceptance, the night becomes gentle instead of heavy, carrying you into rest with a calm that comes from knowing you are part of something larger than fear, something steady, natural, and unshakable. When mortality is no longer something you push away but something you quietly acknowledge, a deeper layer of fear sometimes reveals itself, the fear of existence itself. Not fear of dying, but fear of meaninglessness, of drifting through life without certainty about purpose, direction, or significance. In the silence of night, these thoughts can feel vast, as if the mind suddenly realizes how small one life is within an endless universe. Questions surface that have no quick answers, and the absence of answers can feel like a void pressing in from all sides. The Stoics did not try to fill that void with false reassurance. They approached it with grounded calm. To them, existential fear came from the belief that life must have a grand explanation before it can feel meaningful. When you release that demand, the pressure softens. Meaning stops being something you search for in distant ideas and becomes something you create through daily action. Turning existential fear into calm begins with recognizing that uncertainty about purpose does not diminish the value of living. You do not need a complete map of your life to walk forward. Every act of kindness, every moment of honesty, every effort to improve yourself or help someone else becomes a form of meaning. Purpose reveals itself through living, not through overthinking. Another shift is moving from abstraction to immediacy. Existential fear thrives on distant concepts: infinity, time, insignificance. Calm grows from attention to what is here now. The feeling of your breath, the quiet of the room, the presence of your own awareness. These simple realities anchor you in something tangible. They remind you that existence is not only vast, it is also intimate. The Stoics believed that your role in life is not to understand everything, but to live well within what you do understand. Integrity, courage, patience, and compassion are meaningful regardless of cosmic scale. When you focus on embodying these qualities, existential questions lose their ability to paralyze you. There is also relief in accepting that not all questions are meant to be answered at once. Some are meant to be lived with. The need for final explanations creates tension because life itself is ongoing. Allowing mystery to exist without demanding closure transforms anxiety into curiosity. Another calming perspective is recognizing that existence is not a burden you carry alone. Every person who has ever lived has faced the same vastness. You are part of a shared human experience stretching across time. This connection reduces the feeling of isolation that often fuels existential fear. Gratitude plays a role here too. Instead of focusing on how brief life is compared to eternity, you focus on the fact that you are here at all, able to feel, think, connect, and experience. This shift turns existence from a problem into a gift. Physically, existential calm settles the body in a unique way. The tension that comes from searching for certainty dissolves into quiet acceptance. Breathing slows, muscles release, and the mind stops reaching outward for answers that cannot be grasped tonight. The Stoics found peace by narrowing their focus to what was within their control, their thoughts, actions, and responses. This grounded approach prevented them from being overwhelmed by the immensity of existence. They lived deliberately in the space they occupied instead of being consumed by what lay beyond it. Over time, this mindset transforms fear into steadiness. You stop seeing existence as something you must justify and start experiencing it as something you participate in. Each day becomes meaningful because you bring meaning into it through your choices. When you lie down with this understanding, the vastness no longer feels threatening. It feels quiet, expansive, supportive. You are not falling into emptiness. You are resting within a larger whole that has always held you. Sleep deepens because there is no longer a need to resolve the mystery of being alive before you can rest. You allow life to remain mysterious while you recover your strength within it. And in that surrender, existential fear softens into existential calm. A quiet acceptance that you are here, that this moment is real, and that being present is enough to carry you gently into the night and back into the morning with a mind that is steady, clear, and at peace. When existential calm begins to replace existential fear, something unexpected happens. Tomorrow stops feeling like an approaching threat. The future no longer looms as an endless series of tests you must pass to prove your worth. Instead, it becomes simply the next chapter of a life that is already finite. Awareness of death has a way of shrinking the exaggerated importance of what lies ahead. It reminds you that while tomorrow matters, it is not absolute. It is one day within a limited number of days, not an infinite judgment waiting to define you. The Stoics reflected on death not to darken their mood, but to sharpen their courage. When you accept that life itself has an endpoint, the fear of ordinary challenges loses its intensity. Meetings, decisions, uncertainties, even major changes begin to feel smaller compared to the reality that time is precious and passing. You stop treating tomorrow as something that could destroy you and start seeing it as something you are fortunate to reach. This awareness also dissolves procrastination fueled by fear. Many people delay action because they worry about failure, rejection, or discomfort. But when you remember that time is limited, Hesitation feels more costly than trying. You become willing to step forward imperfectly rather than waiting for perfect conditions that may never arrive. Another calming shift is perspective on loss. If everything is temporary, then setbacks are temporary too. Nothing that happens tomorrow can erase your existence or the experiences you have already lived. This understanding creates resilience. You know that whatever tomorrow brings, it will eventually pass, just as today will. The Stoics also believed that remembering death clarifies priorities. Petty anxieties lose their grip when you ask yourself whether they will matter at the end of your life. Often, the answer is no. What remains important are relationships, integrity, growth, and presence. Tomorrow becomes less frightening because you focus on living these values rather than controlling outcomes. There is also relief in realizing that you do not have to carry the future forever. One day, all responsibilities, worries, and unfinished plans will fall away naturally. This does not make life meaningless, it makes it lighter. You stop gripping tomorrow tightly because you know you cannot hold it indefinitely. Awareness of death encourages presence. When you appreciate that each day is not guaranteed, you experience it more fully instead of rushing through it in anticipation of what comes next. This presence reduces anxiety because the mind is anchored in reality rather than speculation. Physically, this perspective relaxes the body. Fear of the future often creates tension because it keeps the nervous system on alert. When tomorrow is seen as a gift rather than a threat, the body releases that tension. Breathing becomes easier, sleep deeper. Another Stoic insight is that courage grows when fear is placed in context. Facing the ultimate reality of mortality makes ordinary fears feel manageable. You realize that you have already accepted the biggest uncertainty, so smaller uncertainties no longer intimidate you as much. Over time, this awareness transforms your relationship with time itself. You stop viewing tomorrow as something to survive and start viewing it as something to participate in. Each day becomes an opportunity rather than an obligation. The Stoics lived with this perspective not to diminish life, but to enrich it. They understood that fear thrives on exaggeration, and nothing reduces exaggeration like clear awareness of what truly matters. When you lie down with this understanding, tomorrow no longer presses against your mind, demanding preparation. It waits quietly, like an unopened letter you will read when morning comes. You do not need to solve it tonight. Sleep deepens because the future is no longer chasing you. You rest in the quiet appreciation that if tomorrow arrives, it is another chance to live, to act, to grow. And if it does not, you have already lived this day fully. In that calm acceptance, fear dissolves into gratitude. You drift into sleep, not as someone bracing for what lies ahead, but as someone who understands that every new day is a privilege rather than a threat. A perspective that allows you to wake steady, clear, and unshaken by whatever the future holds. When tomorrow no longer feels like something to fear, the night itself begins to feel less intimidating too. Darkness stops representing uncertainty and starts becoming a gentle pause in the rhythm of living. Yet one quiet fear can still linger beneath the surface, the fear of letting go completely. Sleep requires surrender. You release awareness, control, and the constant monitoring that keeps you alert during the day. For some part of the mind, this feels like stepping into the unknown, a small echo of the deeper fear of death. The Stoics approached this with remarkable calm. They viewed sleep as a rehearsal for letting go, a temporary dissolution of the self that happens every night and yet never harms you. When you fall asleep, you disappear from your worries, your identity, your responsibilities, your plans. Hours pass without effort, without control, without vigilance, and you return restored. Recognizing this pattern transforms sleep from something mysterious into something familiar and safe. Seeing sleep as a temporary death is not meant to be unsettling. It is meant to normalize surrender. Every night you practice releasing your grip on the world, and every morning you return renewed. This cycle demonstrates that letting go is not destruction, it is renewal. Fear softens because you realize you have done this countless times without danger. Another calming effect comes from the awareness that during sleep, nothing you worry about can be managed anyway. Your plans, your defenses, your constant thinking, none of them operate while you rest. Life continues moving without your supervision. This realization weakens the belief that you must remain in control to stay safe. The Stoics believe that peace comes from trusting natural processes. Sleep is one of the most fundamental of these processes. The body knows how to repair itself. The brain knows how to reorganize memory and emotion. The nervous system knows how to reset. Interfering with this process through resistance only delays recovery. Trusting it allows it to unfold fully. There is also humility in accepting how little control you truly need. During the day, you act, decide, and influence. At night, you relinquish that role and become simply a living being at rest. This humility removes the pressure to manage everything, even yourself. Physically, this perspective relaxes the body in a profound way. When fear of losing awareness fades, muscles release deeply. Breathing becomes slow and natural. The nervous system shifts fully into restoration mode because it no longer senses hidden danger in surrender. The Stoics also saw this nightly disappearance as a reminder that identity is not fixed. You are not your thoughts, your roles, or your daily struggles. These dissolve during sleep, yet you remain. This continuity reassures the mind that letting go does not erase you, it simply returns you to a quieter state. Over time, this practice reduces fear of death itself. If you can surrender safely every night, the ultimate surrender becomes less alien. It becomes part of the same natural rhythm, rather than a sudden rupture. This does not remove sadness about mortality, but it removes panic. Treating sleep as a temporary death also deepens gratitude for waking. Each morning feels like a small rebirth, a chance to begin again with renewed clarity. You stop taking the return of consciousness for granted. When you lie down with this understanding, you no longer resist the pull of sleep. You allow awareness to fade without clinging to it. Thoughts loosen, identity softens, the sense of control dissolves gently. Sleep arrives not as something that overtakes you, but as something you cooperate with. You drift into it with quiet trust, knowing that surrender is part of the design of life, not a threat to it. In that peaceful release, fear dissolves into calm acceptance. The night becomes a place of restoration rather than disappearance. And when morning returns, you rise with a steadiness that comes from having practiced letting go. A steadiness that makes you less afraid of both the darkness behind you and the unknown ahead. When surrender to sleep no longer feels like a loss of control, another quiet pressure often comes into focus. The belief that you must always be ready. Ready for problems, ready for criticism, ready for unexpected turns, ready for anything life might place in your path. This illusion of constant preparedness creates a tension that rarely fades, because the mind assumes danger could appear at any moment. Even in the stillness of night, it keeps rehearsing responses, scanning for possibilities, building plans for events that may never happen. The Stoics understood that preparation has limits. While it is wise to cultivate strength and clarity, it is impossible to anticipate every detail of life. Trying to do so traps the mind in endless simulation, where peace is postponed until certainty is achieved. But certainty never fully arrives. Releasing this illusion does not make you careless, it makes you realistic. True preparedness, in the Stoic sense, is not about predicting events, but about shaping character. Courage, patience, adaptability, and self-control remain useful no matter what occurs. When you focus on developing these qualities, you no longer need to map every scenario. You trust your ability to respond in the moment rather than controlling the future in advance. Another calming realization is that life itself trains you continuously. Every difficulty you have faced has strengthened your capacity to handle the next one. You are not starting from zero each time uncertainty appears. Remembering this dissolves the belief that you must prepare endlessly before you can rest. The Stoics also practiced accepting that vulnerability is part of being alive. You cannot eliminate risk without eliminating experience. Attempting to shield yourself from everything creates isolation rather than safety. When you allow life to be unpredictable, you regain the freedom to engage with it fully. There is relief in acknowledging that exhaustion often comes from over-preparing, not under-preparing. The mind spends energy rehearsing threats that never materialize. By letting go of this habit, you conserve strength for real challenges instead of imagined ones. Physically, releasing the need for constant readiness relaxes the body deeply. The shoulders drop, the jaw loosens, breathing slows. The nervous system recognizes that it no longer has to stay on guard. This shift creates the conditions necessary for restorative sleep. Another Stoic insight is that flexibility is more powerful than rigid preparation. A flexible mind adapts quickly because it is not attached to a single plan. It can adjust without panic because it expects change rather than resisting it. This adaptability becomes your true form of readiness. Over time, letting go of this illusion transforms anxiety into quiet confidence. You stop trying to control every possibility and start trusting your capacity to meet whatever comes. Confidence becomes internal rather than dependent on perfect planning. The Stoics valued this freedom because it allowed them to live without constant tension. They prepared themselves, not the world. They accepted that uncertainty is not a failure of preparation, but a feature of existence. When you lie down with this understanding, there is no need to review every contingency before sleep. Nothing requires rehearsal tonight. You are already equipped with the qualities needed to face tomorrow. The mind releases its grip on imagined emergencies. Thoughts slow because there is nothing left to anticipate. You settle into the present moment, supported by the quiet knowledge that you will handle what arises when it actually arrives. Sleep deepens because the inner guard has stepped down from duty. You are not abandoning responsibility. You are trusting the strength you have built. And in that trust, you drift into rest with a calm that comes from knowing you do not need to be prepared for everything. Only prepared to be yourself, steady and clear when the moment comes. When the illusion of needing to be prepared for everything finally loosens, the mind often tries one last strategy to keep control. It drifts into tomorrow, not gently, but urgently. It runs ahead of you, stacking tasks, predicting obstacles, replaying conversations that haven't happened yet. Tomorrow anxiety is subtle because it disguises itself as responsibility. It tells you that worrying now will make things easier later. But instead of preparing you, it steals the only time meant for restoration. The Stoics recognized that tomorrow anxiety comes from confusing anticipation with action. Thinking about what might happen feels productive, yet nothing is actually being resolved in that moment. The energy spent rehearsing the future drains the clarity needed to meet it. Preventing this hijacking begins with returning your attention to what exists now, not what might exist later. One of their practices was dividing time clearly. The present belongs to action or rest. The future belongs to possibility. When you lie down at night, the role of the present is recovery, not preparation. By honoring this boundary, you stop treating rest as wasted time and start seeing it as essential groundwork for tomorrow's effectiveness. Another calming shift is recognizing that the future is shaped by the quality of your mind when you meet it. A tired, anxious mind magnifies problems. A rested, steady mind reduces them. Choosing sleep becomes a strategic decision, not a passive one. You are investing in the version of yourself that will face tomorrow. The Stoics also practiced limiting mental rehearsal. They prepared through principles rather than detailed scenarios. Instead of imagining every possible outcome, they focused on how they would respond in general, with patience, clarity, courage, and acceptance. This approach allowed them to feel ready without exhausting themselves. Tomorrow, anxiety often thrives on uncertainty about control. You fear what might happen because you feel responsible for preventing every negative outcome. Releasing that responsibility frees the mind. You remind yourself that you can influence events, but not guarantee them. This distinction reduces pressure. Physically, returning to the present quiets the nervous system. Attention shifts from racing thoughts to steady sensations, the rhythm of breathing, the weight of the body, the stillness of the room. These signals tell the brain that no immediate action is required. Another Stoic insight is that most problems become manageable when faced directly rather than anticipated endlessly. Many situations that seem overwhelming at night resolve themselves through simple action during the day. Remembering this reduces the urgency to solve them prematurely. Over time, preventing tomorrow anxiety becomes a habit of trust. You trust your preparation, your experience, and your ability to respond when the time comes. This trust replaces the need for constant mental surveillance. The Stoics valued this discipline because it preserved their energy for meaningful action. They did not waste strength on battles that had not yet begun. By resting fully, they ensured they could engage fully. When you lie down with this understanding, tomorrow no longer intrudes on the night. It waits where it belongs, in the future. You remain anchored in the present, where nothing is required of you. Sleep deepens because the mind is no longer racing ahead. The body relaxes into stillness, free from the pressure to plan, predict, or control. You drift into rest with the quiet confidence that tomorrow will meet a version of you who is calm, clear, and ready. And in that calm, the night becomes what it was meant to be. Not a staging ground for anxiety, but a sanctuary where strength is restored and peace is allowed to settle fully, preparing you to wake steady and unshakable no matter what the next day brings. When tomorrow anxiety stops invading the night, the mind finally has space to see the future more clearly. Instead of a blur of worries, it becomes a landscape with two distinct paths, what you can influence and what you cannot. Most anxiety comes from blending these together, treating every uncertainty as if it were your responsibility. The Stoics believed that clarity begins the moment you separate them, because confusion about control is what keeps the mind restless long after the day has ended. Their approach was simple but powerful. They divided life into two categories: things within your control and things outside it. Your actions, intentions, effort, and attitude belong to you. Outcomes, other people's reactions, timing, and external events do not. At night, applying this distinction acts like a filter that removes unnecessary tension from your thoughts about tomorrow. When you review what lies ahead, you quietly place each concern into its proper place. Tasks you can act on tomorrow remain, but without urgency, because there is nothing to do about them now. Situations you cannot control are acknowledged and released, because worrying about them tonight cannot change their course. This sorting process brings immediate relief. Another calming shift comes from realizing that focusing on controllable actions automatically prepares you for the uncontrollable ones. If you show up rested, clear, and composed, you are already in the best position to handle surprises. Trying to control everything is not preparation. It is exhaustion disguised as diligence. The Stoics also emphasized effort over outcome. When you commit to doing what is within your reach, you free yourself from the pressure of guaranteeing results. Tomorrow becomes a series of steps rather than a test you must pass perfectly. This mindset reduces fear because you are no longer measuring success by factors beyond your influence. Physically, this separation calms the body. The tension created by trying to hold the future together dissolves. Breathing slows, muscles soften, and the nervous system recognizes that it can rest without abandoning responsibility. Another insight is that releasing control over uncontrollable events creates emotional independence. Your mood is no longer tied to whether things unfold as planned. You remain steady because your focus is on your response, not on forcing reality to match expectations. Over time, practicing this distinction builds confidence. You learn that you can navigate uncertainty without needing certainty. Challenges feel manageable because you know exactly where your effort belongs and where acceptance must take over. The Stoics valued this clarity because it prevented wasted energy. They invested their strength where it could make a difference and refused to spend it on what was beyond them. This efficiency allowed them to remain calm even in unpredictable situations. When you lie down after separating these two realms, tomorrow feels lighter. The unknown is no longer pressing against you because you are not trying to solve it prematurely. What belongs to action will be handled when morning comes. What belongs to fate will unfold on its own. Sleep deepens because the mind has stopped gripping the future. You rest in the quiet understanding that your responsibility is limited and clear. You are prepared without being burdened, ready without being tense. And in that calm certainty, the night becomes a place where strength gathers instead of drains away, allowing you to wake with a steady focus on what truly matters, not controlling everything, but acting wisely within the space that is yours. When you clearly separate what belongs to your control from what does not, the mind naturally becomes quieter. Yet even with that clarity, fragments of the day can still linger. Unfinished thoughts, small concerns, random memories, half-formed plans. They float through awareness like loose papers scattered across a desk, making it difficult to feel fully settled. The Stoics understood that peace before sleep often requires one final step: organizing the mind so nothing feels misplaced or forgotten. They approached this as a kind of mental filing system, not rigid, not complicated, but intentional. Each thought had a place. Some belonged to action tomorrow, some to reflection, some to acceptance, and some to release entirely. By sorting these categories, the mind no longer had to hold everything at once. The process begins with acknowledging what is still active in your thoughts. Instead of pushing it away, you briefly notice it. This prevents the feeling that something important is being ignored. The brain relaxes when it knows that concerns have been seen rather than suppressed. Next comes placement. Tasks that require action are assigned to tomorrow. Lessons or insights are stored as experience, not problems. Situations beyond control are placed in the category of acceptance. Emotional residue is allowed to dissipate rather than being analyzed. Each item finds a destination, reducing the sense of mental clutter. Another calming element is recognizing that not everything deserves long-term storage. Many worries are temporary reactions that fade on their own when not reinforced. By refusing to archive them as permanent issues, you prevent them from resurfacing unnecessarily. The Stoics valued this practice because it mirrors how order creates calm in the physical world. A clean space allows movement and clarity. A cluttered one creates tension. The same principle applies internally. When thoughts are organized, attention flows smoothly instead of stumbling over unfinished fragments. Physically, this sense of order relaxes the body. The nervous system responds to the absence of unresolved tension. Breathing deepens, muscles release, and the feeling of being overwhelmed dissolves into quiet steadiness. Another benefit is confidence that nothing important will be lost. Many people hold on to thoughts because they fear forgetting them. A mental filing system reassures you that everything has its place, freeing you to rest without vigilance. Over time, this habit strengthens focus during the day as well. When you trust your ability to organize your thoughts, you spend less energy worrying about missing something. Your mind becomes a tool rather than a storage container. The Stoics also saw this as a form of respect for the present moment. By clearing away what does not belong to tonight, you allow yourself to experience rest fully. You are not half in the day that passed and half in the day to come. You are simply here. When you lie down after mentally filing the day, there is a sense of completion. Nothing is demanding attention. Nothing is out of place. The mind feels spacious instead of crowded. Sleep arrives naturally because there is nothing left to process. The inner desk is clear, the work finished, the lights dimmed. You drift into rest, supported by the quiet order you created, knowing that tomorrow will bring new experiences, that you will meet with the same calm organization. And in that stillness, the mind finally experiences what it has been moving toward all along. A state where nothing is pressing, nothing is missing, and nothing is unresolved, allowing you to sink into deep sleep and wake with a clarity that feels steady and unshakable. When the mind has been carefully organized and nothing feels scattered or unfinished, there is still one delicate balance left to find. How much planning is enough? A small amount of preparation can bring comfort, but too much turns into stimulation that keeps the brain alert. Many people cross this line without noticing. They start with a simple intention to be ready for tomorrow, then drift into detailed scenarios, contingency plans, and endless adjustments. What began as reassurance becomes activity, and activity keeps the mind awake. The Stoics practiced a quieter approach. They believed in preparing just enough to create a sense of direction, then stopping before preparation turned into obsession. Planning was meant to calm the mind, not occupy it. Once the essential outline was clear, they allowed the rest to unfold naturally. This begins with identifying what truly needs attention tomorrow and nothing more. A short mental note, a simple priority, a clear starting point, enough to prevent confusion when the day begins. By limiting planning to essentials, you avoid opening doors to unnecessary worries. Another calming shift is trusting your ability to adapt. Over-planning often comes from fear that you will not handle unexpected changes. When you remember that you have navigated surprises before, the need for exhaustive preparation fades. Flexibility becomes more valuable than precision. The Stoics also understood that safety comes from inner readiness, not from controlling every detail. If your mindset is steady, even imperfect plans can succeed. If your mindset is tense, even perfect plans can fail. Focusing on your state of mind instead of the structure of tomorrow reduces anxiety significantly. Physically, stopping at enough allows the nervous system to settle. Continued planning signals that the day is still in progress. Ending it signals completion. The body shifts from alertness to restoration because it recognizes that nothing else is required tonight. Another insight is that clarity improves after rest. Plans made while tired tend to be rigid or overly complicated. By allowing sleep to refine your perspective, you wake with ideas that are simpler and more effective. Trusting this process makes it easier to stop planning early. Over time, practicing this restraint builds confidence in uncertainty. You learn that you do not need exhaustive detail to move forward successfully. A clear intention is often more powerful than a complex strategy. The Stoics valued moderation in all things, including preparation. Too little leads to chaos, too much leads to tension. The middle path creates stability. By stopping at the point where planning feels calming rather than stimulating, you preserve your energy for the actions themselves. When you lie down after planning just enough, tomorrow feels contained instead of overwhelming. You know where to begin, but you are not rehearsing every step. The mind rests because it senses that direction exists without pressure. Sleep deepens because there is no unfinished preparation pulling you back into activity. The night becomes quiet, supportive, free from the urgency to refine or perfect what is already sufficient. And in that quiet sufficiency, you drift into rest with a sense of safety that does not depend on knowing everything in advance. You wake later with a clear starting point, steady and composed, ready to meet the day without the fatigue that comes from trying to live it before it begins. When you learn to plan just enough and then stop, the future begins to feel less like a maze and more like open space. Yet unknowns still exist, waiting quietly beyond the edge of what you can predict. The mind's instinct is to circle those unknowns, turning them over repeatedly as if repetition could make them clearer. This is rumination, the illusion of progress through endless thinking. It feels active, even responsible, but it leads nowhere except deeper into restlessness. The Stoics approached unknowns with a different mindset. Instead of trying to eliminate uncertainty through analysis, they focused on strengthening their ability to remain steady within it. They accepted that not knowing is part of life, not a flaw to correct. When uncertainty is treated as normal rather than threatening, the urge to ruminate weakens. One of their core practices was returning to what is real in the present moment. Rumination lives in imagined futures and reconstructed pasts. Reality exists here. By anchoring attention to what you can see, hear, and feel now, you break the cycle of mental wandering. The unknown loses its power when it is not constantly fed with attention. Another calming shift is recognizing that rumination is rarely productive. It repeats the same thoughts without producing new insight because the information needed for clarity does not yet exist. Accepting this prevents you from mistaking motion for progress. Sometimes the wisest action is waiting for more reality to unfold. The Stoics also relied on principles rather than predictions. They could not foresee every situation, but they could decide how they would respond, with patience, courage, honesty, and acceptance. This approach allowed them to face unknowns with confidence because they trusted their character more than their foresight. Physically, stepping out of rumination calms the body. The tension created by circular thinking releases, breathing steadies, and the nervous system recognizes that it can stand down from constant analysis. Calm returns not because the unknown has disappeared, but because resistance to it has softened. Another insight is that unknowns often resolve themselves through action, not contemplation. When the time comes, clarity emerges from engagement with reality. Until then, speculation only drains energy. Remembering this helps you preserve strength for when it will actually matter. Over time, practicing this approach builds resilience. You become comfortable not having all the answers immediately. Curiosity replaces fear. Openness replaces defensiveness. Unknowns become possibilities rather than threats. The Stoics valued this calm acceptance because it allowed them to remain focused on living instead of worrying about what had not yet happened. They did not rush to fill gaps in knowledge with anxiety. They allowed life to reveal itself gradually. When you lie down after releasing rumination, the mind stops circling the same questions. There is nothing to solve tonight, nothing to anticipate endlessly. You rest in the quiet awareness that uncertainty does not require constant attention to exist. Sleep deepens because your thoughts are no longer spinning in place. The body settles, the breath slows, and the night becomes spacious instead of crowded with speculation. And in that spacious calm, you drift into rest with the quiet confidence that whatever emerges from the unknown will meet a mind that is steady enough to face it directly, without fear and without exhaustion. A mind that wakes clear, grounded and unshakable in the presence of whatever tomorrow reveals. When rumination loosens its grip and the unknown no longer demands constant analysis, a quiet question rises underneath it all. If you stop trying to predict everything, what remains to hold on to? For many people, prediction has been their way of feeling safe. If they could anticipate every possibility, they believed they could avoid pain, failure, or surprise. Letting go of that habit can feel like stepping without a map. This is where the Stoics shifted the focus inward. Instead of trusting forecasts, they learned to trust themselves. Self-trust, in the Stoic sense, is not blind confidence. It is the steady belief that whatever happens, you will meet it with reason, composure, and integrity. You stop asking, "Will everything go as planned?" and start asking, "Will I handle whatever comes?" This single shift dissolves a huge portion of anxiety because it replaces fragile certainty with resilient capability. The Stoics built this trust through daily practice. They reflected on past difficulties and recognized how often they had endured, adapted, and grown. Remembering this history becomes proof that you are not helpless in the face of uncertainty. You have already navigated storms you once thought impossible. Another calming realization is that prediction often fails anyway. Life changes direction without warning, regardless of how carefully you plan. When you see that control through foresight is limited, relying on inner steadiness becomes the more reliable path. Flexibility replaces rigidity, presence replaces constant anticipation. The Stoics also understood that self-trust grows when actions align with values. When you know you will act honestly, patiently, and courageously, you no longer fear situations that might test you. You trust the part of yourself that chooses wisely even under pressure. Physically, this shift relaxes the body. The tension created by trying to foresee everything fades because vigilance is no longer required. The nervous system senses safety in your confidence rather than in constant scanning for danger. Another insight is that intuition strengthens when not drowned out by overthinking. When you allow yourself to respond naturally instead of rehearsing endlessly, your mind becomes clearer and more responsive. You notice details, adapt quickly, and make decisions without paralysis. Over time, trusting yourself builds a quiet independence from external conditions. Your stability no longer depends on events unfolding smoothly. It comes from knowing that you can remain steady even when they do not. The Stoics valued this independence because it made them difficult to destabilize. External chaos could not shake someone who relied on inner order. They prepared their character, not their circumstances. When you lie down with this trust, the future no longer demands constant monitoring. You do not need to predict every scenario because you believe in your ability to respond when the moment arrives. Sleep deepens because the mind stops trying to outmaneuver tomorrow. The body releases the posture of readiness and settles into genuine rest. There is nothing left to calculate, nothing left to anticipate. And in that quiet confidence, you drift into sleep, supported by something far more stable than prediction, the knowledge that you will meet whatever comes with clarity and strength. You wake later not because the future became certain, but because you became steady enough to face it without fear, grounded in a trust that cannot be taken from you. When self-trust begins to replace the need to predict everything, the end of the day takes on a different tone. It no longer feels like a time to retreat carefully from life, as if you must protect yourself from what might happen next. Many people close their day with caution, reviewing risks, guarding against mistakes, bracing for tomorrow's challenges. This habit keeps the mind in defensive mode, as though sleep itself requires vigilance. The Stoics chose another way. They ended the day with courage. Courage in this context is not dramatic or forceful. It is the quiet willingness to release control and face uncertainty without tightening up. It is saying to yourself, whatever comes, I will meet it, and allowing that confidence to carry you into rest. Ending the day with courage transforms sleep from a hiding place into a deliberate pause before re-engaging with life. The Stoics believed that caution has its place during action, but not during recovery. If you remain guarded at night, your body never fully relaxes. The nervous system stays alert, scanning for danger that does not exist in that moment. Courage signals safety. It tells the body that it is allowed to stand down because nothing requires immediate defense. Another aspect of this courage is accepting that you have done enough for today. You stop second-guessing decisions, stop rehearsing alternative outcomes, stop trying to prepare for every possibility. You acknowledge that the day is complete with all its imperfections and that nothing more can be changed tonight. This acceptance requires bravery because it means trusting that unfinished matters can wait. The Stoics also practiced courage in the face of their own thoughts. Instead of avoiding uncomfortable reflections, they faced them calmly and then let them go. They did not carry self-doubt or regret into the night as punishment. They treated rest as a necessary act of strength, not indulgence. Physically, ending the day with courage releases deep tension. The shoulders drop, the chest opens, breathing becomes fuller. The body senses that it is not under threat. This physical shift allows sleep to come naturally instead of being forced. Another insight is that courage creates emotional stability. When you stop guarding against tomorrow, you reduce the fear that tomorrow has power over you. You become less reactive because you are not already braced for impact. Over time, this habit changes how you approach challenges. You wake with a sense of readiness rather than apprehension. Confidence replaces defensiveness. You engage with life directly instead of circling it cautiously. The Stoics valued this mindset because it allowed them to live fully without being controlled by fear. They understood that courage is not only for extraordinary moments, it is also for quiet transitions, like the moment you close your eyes and let the day go. When you lie down after choosing courage, there is no need to monitor the future or guard against the unknown. You feel steady, grounded, prepared to meet whatever comes without shrinking from it. Sleep deepens because the body is no longer waiting for a signal to stay alert. The mind softens into calm awareness, free from the pressure to anticipate danger. And in that calm bravery, the night becomes a place of renewal rather than retreat. You drift into rest with the quiet strength of someone who has faced the day honestly and released it without fear, waking later with a steadiness that comes from knowing you can meet life head-on, not cautiously but courageously and unshakably. When courage replaces caution at the end of the day, a quiet realization follows. Not everything must be handled right now. The calmest people are not calm because their lives are simpler, but because they have learned to draw a firm boundary between today and tomorrow. They understand that urgency is often self-created, a pressure that keeps the mind spinning long after action is possible. By deciding that tomorrow can wait, they protect the only time meant for restoration. Most anxiety at night comes from the feeling that something important is being postponed. The mind fears that if it stops thinking, something will slip through the cracks. The Stoics challenge this fear by reminding themselves that rest is not neglect, it is preparation. Delaying action until you are rested increases the quality of your response, not the risk of failure. This decision requires trust. Trust that life will not collapse because you paused. Trust that problems will still be there in the morning. Trust that your future self will be capable of handling them. Without this trust, the mind keeps reaching forward, trying to solve tomorrow prematurely. The Stoics practiced releasing urgency by focusing on the limits of time. There is a time for action and a time for stillness. Blurring these together leads to exhaustion. Clear separation creates balance. When the day ends, action ends with it. What remains is recovery, which is just as necessary as effort. Another calming shift is recognizing that most problems feel larger at night than they do in daylight. Fatigue narrows perspective and intensifies emotion. By choosing not to engage with tomorrow's concerns while tired, you prevent distorted thinking from shaping your mood. Physically, deciding that tomorrow can wait allows the nervous system to power down fully. The body stops preparing for tasks that cannot be completed in the dark. Heart rate slows, muscles release, and the mind follows the body into stillness. There is also humility in accepting that you cannot carry life continuously. Even the strongest people need intervals of rest. Acknowledging this does not diminish strength, it preserves it. The calmest individuals respect their limits instead of denying them. Over time, this habit builds emotional independence from urgency. You no longer react to every demand as if it were immediate. You respond deliberately, choosing when to engage and when to pause. This control over attention creates stability. The Stoics valued this restraint because it allowed them to remain composed in a world that constantly demands reaction. They did not let external pressures dictate their internal state. By deciding that tomorrow can wait, they reclaimed authority over their time and energy. When you lie down with this understanding, the future stops tugging at your thoughts. You are not ignoring responsibilities. You are placing them where they belong. Tomorrow holds them now, not you. Sleep deepens because there is nothing left to anticipate or rehearse. The mind rests in the quiet certainty that the day is complete and the next one will come in its own time. And in that gentle surrender, the night becomes peaceful rather than pressured. You drift into rest, knowing that you have given yourself the greatest advantage for tomorrow, a clear, steady mind that will wake ready to act, not because you worried all night, but because you trusted that waiting was the wiser choice. When you truly accept that tomorrow can wait, a subtle fear often reveals itself beneath the surface, the fear of what will be waiting when you wake. It is not always dramatic. Sometimes it appears as a quiet tension, a reluctance to let go completely because morning might bring difficult conversations, responsibilities, or unresolved situations back into focus. The mind clings to wakefulness as if staying alert could soften the impact of what lies ahead. This fear keeps sleep shallow, as though rest itself might make you vulnerable. The Stoics approached this fear by shifting how they viewed problems. They did not see them as threats waiting to ambush them in the morning, but as events that would meet a clearer, stronger version of themselves after rest. The difference is subtle but powerful. Instead of imagining problems as fixed obstacles, they imagined their own capacity as something that grows with recovery. Removing the fear begins with recognizing that exhaustion makes challenges feel heavier than they actually are. When you are tired, patience shrinks, creativity fades, and perspective narrows. By sleeping deeply, you change the equation. The same problem often feels manageable when met with a rested mind. Remembering this weakens the urge to brace yourself through the night. Another calming shift is understanding that problems exist independently of your anticipation. Whether you worry about them or not, they will be there. Worry does not prepare you. It only drains the energy you will need to address them. This realization frees you from the illusion that anxiety is useful. The Stoics also practiced focusing on their role rather than the size of the challenge. They asked not, "How bad might this be?" but "What is the best response I can give?" This reorientation replaces dread with purpose. You are no longer a passive target of circumstances, but an active participant in shaping your response. Physically, releasing fear of the morning relaxes the body deeply. The sense of impending threat fades, allowing the nervous system to settle. Breathing slows, muscles soften, and the mind stops scanning for future danger. Another insight is that most problems are less overwhelming than imagined. The mind amplifies uncertainty in the absence of information. Once the day begins and facts replace speculation, clarity returns. Knowing this makes it easier to stop rehearsing worst-case scenarios at night. Over time, this mindset builds resilience. You learn that you can face difficulties without losing your composure. Each experience of meeting a challenge successfully reinforces the belief that you will handle the next one as well. The Stoics valued this calm readiness because it prevented them from living in constant anticipation of hardship. They met events as they came, not before. This allowed them to conserve energy for action rather than wasting it on fear. When you lie down after releasing the fear of waking to problems, the morning no longer feels like an approaching storm. It feels like another opportunity to engage with life, supported by the strength you will regain during sleep. Sleep deepens because there is nothing left to guard against. The night becomes a place of recovery instead of a waiting room for anxiety. You drift into rest with the quiet understanding that whatever awaits you will meet someone who is calmer, clearer, and more capable than the person who lay down. And in that calm trust, you wake not with dread, but with steadiness, ready to face the day without the weight of anticipation, grounded in the knowledge that strength grows in rest, not in fear. When the fear of waking to problems finally loosens, a new space opens at the end of the day, a space where confidence can take root instead of worry. Leaders, in the Stoic sense, are not defined by titles or authority, but by steadiness of mind. They do not collapse under pressure because they prepare their inner world before they rest. The confidence that allows them to sleep deeply is not arrogance. It is the quiet certainty that they can meet whatever comes without losing themselves. The Stoics practiced a simple but powerful ritual to cultivate this certainty. Before sleep, they reviewed the day not to criticize themselves, but to recognize where they acted with integrity, patience, or courage. They acknowledged effort, not just outcomes. This created a foundation of self-respect that no external result could take away. When you end the day aware of your own strength, doubt has less room to grow in the dark. Another part of this ritual is reminding yourself of what you have already endured. Difficult days survived, setbacks navigated, moments when you thought you would break but did not. These memories become evidence that you are capable. Confidence built on experience feels stable because it is grounded in reality rather than hope. The Stoics also centered themselves in their values before sleep. They asked whether they lived in alignment with what truly matters: honesty, fairness, discipline, compassion. Even if the day was imperfect, knowing you stayed connected to your principles creates peace. You do not need to replay events when you trust the direction of your character. Physically, this confidence softens the body. Instead of collapsing into bed tense and uncertain, you lie down with a sense of completion. Breathing becomes steady, posture relaxed, as if your body understands that vigilance is no longer required. Another calming shift comes from envisioning tomorrow as an opportunity rather than a threat. Leaders do not fear the day ahead because they see it as a chance to apply their strengths. This mindset transforms anticipation into readiness without tension. Over time, practicing this ritual builds a resilient identity. You begin to see yourself as someone who remains steady under pressure, someone who does not abandon calm when circumstances change. This identity carries into sleep, reducing the need for mental rehearsal or defense. The Stoics valued this practice because it reinforced self-trust. When you recognize your own growth and effort, you rely less on external validation. Your confidence becomes internal, making it less vulnerable to the unpredictability of life. When you lie down after completing this quiet reflection, there is no need to question whether you are prepared. You feel grounded in what you have done and who you are becoming. The mind releases its search for reassurance because it has already found it. Sleep deepens because the inner critic is silent and the inner leader is at peace. The night becomes a place where strength consolidates rather than dissolves. You drift into rest, supported by the calm assurance that you will rise capable, steady, and clear. And in that stillness, you experience the kind of sleep that powerful minds cultivate. Not because their lives are free of challenges, but because their confidence is stronger than those challenges. You wake, not scrambling to gather courage, but already carrying it, ready to step into the day with the quiet authority of someone who trusts themselves completely. When confidence replaces fear at the end of the day, another subtle habit becomes easier to notice: the way the mind continues consuming emotional noise long after the day is over. News, arguments, social media conflicts, unresolved conversations, imagined confrontations, all of it feeds the nervous system with stimulation that has nowhere to go. Just as the body struggles to rest after a heavy meal, the mind struggles to settle after absorbing drama. The Stoics understood that what you consume before sleep shapes the quality of your rest as much as what you experience during the day. They practiced a form of emotional fasting, not suppression, not avoidance of reality, but a deliberate refusal to take in anything that would agitate the mind when calm was needed. They knew that the last impressions before sleep linger the longest, echoing through the night. By choosing quiet over conflict, clarity over noise, they protected their inner stability. This fasting begins with awareness. You notice how certain inputs leave you tense, restless, or reactive. Instead of absorbing them automatically, you step back and decide whether they deserve a place in your mind at this hour. Most do not. Drama thrives on attention, and withdrawing that attention weakens its hold. Another calming shift is recognizing that not every issue requires immediate emotional engagement. Some things can wait until morning when perspective is stronger. Responding while tired often intensifies conflict rather than resolving it. Choosing silence instead of reaction becomes an act of wisdom. The Stoics also valued simplicity before rest. Gentle activities, quiet reflection, or stillness allowed the mind to slow naturally. When stimulation decreases, the nervous system follows, moving from alertness toward restoration. Physically, emotional fasting reduces tension quickly. Without new triggers, the body stops producing stress responses. Breathing steadies, heart rate lowers, muscles release. The environment begins to feel safe again. Another insight is that drama often creates the illusion of importance. It feels urgent because it is loud, not because it is meaningful. By stepping away, you regain the ability to distinguish what truly matters from what only demands attention. Over time, this practice builds emotional discipline. You become less reactive during the day as well, because you are no longer conditioned to absorb every disturbance. Your attention becomes selective rather than scattered. The Stoics valued this restraint because it preserved clarity. A calm mind sees situations accurately. An agitated one exaggerates them. By refusing unnecessary emotional input at night, they ensured that sleep would deepen rather than fracture. When you lie down after choosing emotional fasting, the mind is not replaying conflicts or absorbing tension from the world. It feels lighter, quieter, free from agitation that has no purpose. Sleep deepens because nothing inside you is still vibrating from external noise. The night becomes a place where calm expands instead of being interrupted by echoes of the day's chaos. And in that quiet, you drift into rest with the steady composure of someone who no longer feeds the mind with what disturbs it. You wake later, clearer, more grounded, carrying a calm that did not come from escaping life, but from choosing carefully what you allow into your inner world. When emotional fasting becomes a habit, the final hour before sleep begins to feel different, quieter, more intentional, almost separate from the rest of the day. The Stoics treated this time as a boundary, a passage from activity into restoration. They understood that the mind does not shift instantly from stimulation to stillness. It needs a buffer, a protected space where the noise of the world gradually fades. Without this transition, the day spills directly into the night, carrying its tension with it. Protecting this last hour means deciding that nothing enters your mind during this time unless it supports calm. No urgent discussions, no new responsibilities, no heavy information. This is not avoidance. It is preparation. Just as you would not begin a demanding task moments before sleep, you do not introduce new mental burdens when the body is preparing to recover. The Stoics viewed this hour as sacred territory, not in a ritualistic sense, but in the sense that it was reserved for clarity and peace. It belonged to reflection, gentle unwinding, and quiet presence. By giving this time a purpose, they prevented it from being consumed by distractions or unfinished business. Another calming shift comes from slowing physical movement. Rushing keeps the nervous system in action mode. Deliberate, unhurried motions signal that the day is ending. This gradual deceleration allows the body to match the quiet you are creating in your environment. The mind also benefits from repetition. When you follow the same calming routine each night, the brain learns to associate these actions with sleep. This familiarity reduces resistance because the transition becomes expected rather than abrupt. Physically, protecting this hour reduces the buildup of stress hormones. Without new stimulation, the body begins producing signals that promote rest. Muscles loosen, breathing deepens, and awareness turns inward instead of outward. Another insight is that this boundary strengthens your sense of control over your attention. Instead of reacting to whatever appears, you decide what deserves your focus. This deliberate choice reinforces self-trust and stability. Over time, the last hour becomes a refuge rather than a leftover part of the day. You begin to look forward to it as a time when nothing is demanded of you, when you can return to yourself without interruption. The Stoics valued this protected space because it allowed them to close the day with composure instead of chaos. They did not carry the world into sleep. They set it down deliberately before crossing into the night. When you lie down after guarding this hour, the mind is already quiet. There is no abrupt shift required, no lingering agitation to settle. The transition into sleep feels natural, almost inevitable. Sleep deepens because the groundwork for calm was laid before your head touched the pillow. The night becomes an extension of the peace you created, not a struggle to find it. And in that carefully protected stillness, you drift into rest with the quiet strength of someone who has reclaimed their inner space from the noise of the world, waking later with a clarity that feels earned, steady, and unshakable. When the last hour becomes a protected space instead of leftover time, another pattern starts to reveal itself. The restless pull toward stimulation. Even in quiet, the mind searches for something to engage with. A screen, a conversation, a piece of information, a distraction that keeps awareness active just a little longer. This habit forms because stimulation feels like control. Silence can feel unfamiliar, even uncomfortable, so the mind fills it before calm has a chance to settle. The Stoics recognized this tendency as a form of dependence. When you constantly feed the mind new input, it forgets how to exist without it. Stillness begins to feel empty rather than restorative. Training yourself to stop seeking stimulation is not about deprivation. It is about relearning how to be at ease with quiet. This begins with noticing the impulse without immediately acting on it. The urge to reach for something engaging usually passes if you allow it to. Like any habit, it loses strength when not reinforced. The Stoics practiced observing impulses rather than obeying them, creating space between desire and action. Another calming shift is understanding that stimulation keeps the nervous system alert. Light, sound, novelty, emotional engagement, all of these signal the brain to stay awake. By reducing them gradually, you allow the body to transition naturally toward rest instead of forcing it. The Stoics also valued simplicity at night. Gentle activities that require little mental effort, quiet reading, reflection, or simply sitting in silence, help the mind unwind. These practices do not compete for attention, they ease it. Physically, releasing stimulation lowers arousal levels, heart rate slows, breathing deepens, and the brain begins producing signals that prepare for sleep. The absence of input becomes soothing instead of unsettling. Another insight is that constant stimulation often masks fatigue. When you stop distracting yourself, you become aware of how tired you actually are. This awareness encourages surrender to rest rather than resistance. Over time, this training builds tolerance for stillness. Silence no longer feels empty, it feels spacious. You begin to experience calm as something nourishing rather than boring. The Stoics valued this discipline because it strengthened focus during the day as well. A mind that can rest without stimulation can also concentrate without distraction. Both come from the same capacity for self-control. When you lie down after releasing the need for stimulation, the mind is not buzzing with leftover input. It feels clear, open, ready to settle. There is nothing pulling attention outward, nothing demanding engagement. Sleep deepens because the nervous system has already shifted into recovery mode. The night becomes quiet in a way that feels natural, not forced. And in that quiet, you drift into rest with the calm assurance of someone who no longer depends on noise to feel secure. You wake later refreshed, carrying a clarity that comes from having allowed your mind to return to its natural state, steady, focused, and unshakable without constant distraction. When the need for stimulation fades, silence stops feeling like something to fill and begins to feel like something to enter. At first, it can seem unfamiliar, even unsettling, because the mind is used to measuring safety by activity. Without noise, distractions, or conversation, thoughts become clearer, and clarity can feel exposed. But the Stoics understood that silence is not emptiness. It is a form of strength. It removes the interference that keeps restlessness alive. They treated silence as a tool, almost like a shield against unnecessary agitation. Noise pulls attention outward, fragmenting focus and stirring emotion. Silence gathers attention inward, allowing the mind to settle into itself. In that quiet, thoughts slow down naturally because there is nothing competing for awareness. Restlessness thrives on constant input. Every new sound, image, or idea triggers small reactions in the brain, keeping it alert. Silence interrupts this cycle. It creates an environment where nothing demands response. The nervous system interprets this absence of demand as safety, allowing tension to dissolve. Another reason silence is powerful is that it reveals what is already there. When distractions fall away, unresolved thoughts may surface briefly. The Stoics did not fear this. They believed that what rises in silence can be understood and released. Avoidance prolongs unrest. Calm observation resolves it. Physically, silence lowers stimulation levels across the entire body. Breathing becomes deeper, heart rate steadier, muscles softer. These signals reinforce each other, creating a feedback loop that moves you toward calm. The body leads the mind into stillness. The Stoics also valued silence because it restored perspective. Without external noise shaping your mood, you reconnect with your own judgment rather than reacting to the world's constant influence. This independence strengthens emotional stability. Another insight is that silence enhances awareness of the present moment. You notice subtle details, the rhythm of your breath, the sensation of stillness, the quiet continuity of being alive. These simple anchors ground the mind, preventing it from drifting into restless speculation. Over time, silence becomes comforting rather than intimidating. You begin to associate it with clarity and renewal instead of loneliness. It transforms into a refuge you can return to whenever the world feels overwhelming. The Stoics practiced this not only at night, but throughout their lives. They knew that the ability to sit quietly with oneself is a sign of inner order. A restless mind seeks constant distraction. A steady mind can remain at peace without it. When you lie down in silence, there is no competing signal pulling your attention away from rest. The mind no longer needs to process incoming information. It can simply exist, unburdened. Sleep deepens because the environment supports it fully. The night becomes expansive rather than cluttered, a space where calm can spread without interruption. And in that profound quiet, you drift into rest with the quiet power of someone who no longer fears stillness. You wake later carrying that same calm, a steadiness sharpened by silence, ready to move through the noise of the world without losing the peace you cultivated in the dark. When silence stops feeling like a void and starts feeling like shelter, you begin to encounter something even more intimate. Your own thoughts, unfiltered and uninterrupted. For many people, this is where discomfort returns. Without noise to dilute them, thoughts can seem louder, heavier, more demanding. Old memories, unfinished emotions, unanswered questions may drift into awareness, and the instinct is to escape before they settle. Panic does not come from the thoughts themselves, but from the belief that you cannot sit with them safely. The Stoics trained themselves to do exactly that. They practiced being alone with their thoughts until solitude felt stable rather than threatening. They understood that the mind becomes less frightening when you stop running from it. Thoughts are not enemies. They are movements of the mind that lose intensity when observed calmly. The first step is shifting from identification to observation. Instead of being pulled into every thought, you watch it as if it were passing through the sky of your awareness. This small distance changes everything. What once felt overwhelming becomes temporary, something that appears and fades without needing to be chased or resisted. Another calming realization is that panic often comes from imagining that thoughts will never stop. In reality, they move continuously whether you interfere or not. When you allow them to flow without judgment, they lose the friction that keeps them stuck. Stillness emerges not from forcing quiet, but from removing resistance. The Stoics also practiced gentle acceptance of whatever arose. They did not label thoughts as good or bad, productive or useless. They recognized them as natural responses shaped by experience. This acceptance reduces the pressure to control the mind, allowing it to settle on its own. Physically, sitting with your thoughts without panic slows the body's alarm system. The heart rate stabilizes, breathing deepens, muscles release. The nervous system learns that inner activity does not equal danger. Over time, this creates a sense of safety within yourself. Another insight is that solitude reveals clarity that distraction hides. When you stop escaping your thoughts, you begin to see patterns, priorities, and truths that were previously obscured by noise. This clarity builds confidence in your ability to understand yourself. Over time, being alone with your mind becomes a source of strength. You no longer depend on constant external input to feel secure. Your inner world becomes a place you can return to for guidance and calm. The Stoics valued this independence because it made them resilient in any situation. If you can remain steady in solitude, you can remain steady anywhere. External chaos loses its ability to disturb you because your foundation is internal. When you lie down after allowing yourself to exist peacefully with your thoughts, there is no fear of what might surface in the dark. You trust that whatever appears can be observed and released without harm. Sleep deepens because the mind is no longer resisting itself. Awareness softens, thoughts slow, and the body follows into stillness. And in that quiet companionship with your own mind, you drift into rest with the calm assurance that you are not alone even in solitude. You wake later carrying a steadiness that comes from having faced your inner world without fear, a steadiness that remains unshaken by silence, by darkness, or by the presence of your own thoughts. When you learn to sit peacefully with your own thoughts, the next intrusion becomes easier to recognize. The constant stream of digital noise that pulls you back out of yourself. Screens glow, notifications flicker, endless information scrolls past, each piece demanding a fragment of your attention. What begins as a small check quickly becomes immersion, and immersion keeps the mind suspended between stimulation and fatigue. The night, which should belong to restoration, becomes an extension of the day's noise. The Stoics never faced glowing screens, yet they understood the danger of constant distraction. They warned that a mind filled with endless input cannot hear itself clearly. Reclaiming the night begins with deciding that your attention is not something to be harvested by whatever flashes before you. It is something you direct intentionally. Digital noise keeps the brain in a state of alertness because it mimics novelty. Every new image, message, or update triggers a small surge of stimulation, preventing the nervous system from powering down. Even neutral content fragments focus, making it harder for the mind to transition into rest. Another subtle effect is emotional residue. Information carries tone, urgency, outrage, excitement, comparison. These feelings linger after the screen is turned off, echoing through your thoughts when you try to sleep. What you consume at night becomes the atmosphere of your mind. Reclaiming the night means creating distance from this input before it shapes your state, not as punishment, not as rigid discipline, but as protection. You choose quiet over novelty, presence over distraction, depth over endless surface-level engagement. Physically, stepping away from screens allows the body to follow natural rhythms again. Eyes relax, breathing steadies, muscles release from the subtle tension of constant attention. The nervous system recognizes that it can move from alert mode into restoration mode. Another calming shift is rediscovering slower forms of unwinding. Gentle reading, reflection, or simply sitting in dim light reintroduces the mind to a pace it has forgotten. Time stops feeling rushed. Awareness becomes continuous rather than fragmented. Over time, this boundary strengthens your sense of autonomy. You are no longer reacting to every signal that appears. You are choosing what enters your awareness and when. This control over attention builds confidence and calm. The Stoics valued such discipline because it preserved clarity. They knew that a mind overloaded with impressions loses the ability to distinguish what matters. By limiting unnecessary input, they kept their judgment sharp and their emotions steady. When you lie down after reclaiming the night from digital noise, the silence feels fuller, not empty. Your thoughts are not cluttered with fragments of other people's lives or distant events. The mind belongs to you again. Sleep deepens because the brain is not processing leftover stimulation. It drifts into rest naturally, free from the echoes of artificial urgency. And in that reclaimed quiet, the night becomes what it was always meant to be. A sanctuary where your mind returns to itself, restoring clarity and strength. You wake later, not pulled by notifications or demands, but grounded in a calm that came from choosing stillness over noise, presence over distraction, and your own inner world over the endless flicker of the digital one. When the night is finally reclaimed from digital noise, a deeper layer of calm becomes possible, but only if the emotions of the day are not allowed to follow you unchecked into the dark. Experiences leave traces. Conversations, frustrations, disappointments, even moments of excitement can linger as unfinished emotional energy. Without a boundary, these feelings spill over into the night, replaying themselves when the world goes quiet. Sleep becomes crowded with echoes of the day instead of a clean transition into rest. The Stoics believed that emotional discipline was not about suppression, but containment. They practiced drawing a clear line between engagement and withdrawal, understanding that the mind cannot recover if it remains entangled in events that are already over. Creating this boundary begins with acknowledging what you felt during the day without letting it define the night. One way they did this was through deliberate closure. Before rest, they reviewed interactions and situations, extracting lessons or perspective, then consciously releasing the emotional charge attached to them. This act signaled to the mind that the experience had been processed and no longer required attention. Another calming shift is recognizing that emotions are temporary states, not permanent conditions. Anger, sadness, excitement, all fade when not continuously fueled. By refusing to replay triggers, you allow the natural cycle of emotion to complete itself. The Stoics also emphasized that you are not obligated to carry everyone else's energy. Other people's moods, opinions, or conflicts can cling to you if you do not consciously set them down. Remembering that their reactions belong to them creates distance that protects your peace. Physically, establishing this boundary releases tensions stored in the body. Emotional stress often appears as tight muscles, shallow breathing, or restlessness. As you let go of the day's residue, the body mirrors that release, preparing for recovery. Another insight is that emotional spillover often happens because the mind fears forgetting something important. By assuring yourself that what matters has been learned and what does not matter can be released, you remove this fear. Over time, this practice builds resilience. You become capable of engaging deeply during the day without becoming overwhelmed at night. The boundary allows intensity without burnout. The Stoics valued this separation because it preserved clarity. When emotions are carried endlessly, they distort perception and drain energy. By setting them down, they ensured that each new day could be approached with a fresh mind rather than accumulated fatigue. When you lie down after drawing this boundary, the day feels complete. Nothing is tugging at your attention, nothing demanding resolution in the dark. Your mind senses that it has permission to rest. Sleep deepens because there is no emotional turbulence to navigate. The night becomes smooth, quiet, restorative, and in that calm, you drift into rest with the steady composure of someone who knows how to engage fully and release fully. Someone who wakes not weighed down by yesterday's feelings, but renewed, clear, and unshakable in the face of whatever the next day brings. Night after night, you have been learning something most people never realize. Deep sleep is not just about closing your eyes, it is about closing the mind with intention. You have trained yourself to release the day, to stop negotiating with tomorrow, to set down fear, noise, regret, pressure, and the illusion of control. You have learned how to make peace with uncertainty, how to quiet the ego, how to stand steady in silence, and how to return to the internal place that nothing outside you can disturb. This is the Stoic way, not escape from life, but mastery of the inner world that shapes how you meet it. Because the people who wake unshakable are not the ones with easier lives. They are the ones who learned how to rest deeply without carrying the weight of everything they cannot control. Tonight, you are no longer trying to force sleep. You are allowing it, as recovery, as reset, as quiet preparation for the person you are becoming. If you stayed with this journey all the way to the end, write in the comments, unshakable. It's not just a word. It's a decision about who you're becoming from this night forward. And if this helped you quiet your mind even a little, subscribe to the channel, because this space is for those who are done living in noise and ready to build a mind that stays calm, clear, and steady no matter what the world does next. Rest deeply. Wake powerful. Your next day begins in the way you end this one.